Hello, hello, hello. Alright, so it appears something is streaming. I would assume there it is. Alright, we don't need this. Probably don't even need to watch this whole group here, right? Okay, so I got way too many tabs open. I was recording locally and not sure I wanted to stream because of my mental state right now, per usual, but there's some weird shit going on as usual, and I could use the focus. So, and it's a video log of the shit that I'm working on. Spent way too much time yesterday trying to get the lou42.com up and running. If anyone's ever seen this, you can go to lou40, at least right now you can. You can go to lou42.com. I have so many windows. Let's try and shut some of these so I'm not clicking all over the place. All right, here's lou42.com. On lou42.com, you can sign in with Google. This is not real. It's just a screenshot. You can sign in with Google, and then it'll launch the social login thing. And so, let me cancel and do this again. Whoops, I wanted to show you this screen. If I look at this, Firebase and the way it works is really frustrating to me. It's so hard to set up an app. And I'm starting to think like this is part of the whole game. Like it's all just a fucking trap, right? Like creating apps you should be able to create an app in one click. It shouldn't be that hard. But like if anyone's ever set up a new project in Firebase or whatever, there's about 15 to 100 clicks and names and IDs and configuration questions, and it's like, what the fuck? Like, what are we doing here, people? Like, are we trying to make apps or not? Anyway, you can't change this, is basically the gist. I haven't figured it out, and I don't feel like digging on that right now. I'm not really sure what to work on next, but I do have it set up so that it just displays like some of the basic information. If you go into the console here and I put the user object on the window, and so you can just type user and hit enter, and it'll log the object for this user impl. I would guess that stands for implementation, but they put that on all their classes, so it's a little bit silly. And this is basically a user object, and it has a display name, email, some other stuff, no phone number, provider ID, Firebase. The way this whole system works is really confusing to me. So right now it's saying provider ID Firebase. Firebase is the authentication system. Like this UID here is a Firebase ID, and I don't know if this is the best idea. Actually, it's definitely not the best idea. So it's more like, can I make this work? And I think I can, but I don't know if I want to. It might be better to just learn Google Auth in the background. So, which is, I should say, I could learn Google Authentication, which is what Firebase is using in the background. So, Firebase is owned by Google. Google's cloud is the GCP, Google Cloud Platform, and they have all basically the very similar tools. Firebase tries to make it a little easier, but it's definitely overly complex, and I'm not sure how I'm feeling about it. Also, just quick note, I should put this on the homepage, but if you go to /fly, you can play my little game. You have to click and drag on the on-screen joystick. It's supposed to be a mobile game, or at least that was part of the intention, is that it can run just as easily on your phone as it does in the browser here. And there's like this boost system, so you can fly really fast. There's no collisions yet. You can fly right through the buildings. It's just a really simple demo. And you can see all the code. I should also maybe post a link to the code for the website. It's on GitHub. Well, and so what I've been thinking is, it's like this is the beginning of the web OS. Is it's just a simple tool that you can log into. It's like a social network essentially, and I got to create a system of to manage the users. Discord is a system that has like a little user database. Wasn't it the website called userbase.io? Userbase.io. I saw this once and it disappeared. Oh shit. Okay. Oh, 50,000. Wow. This is a good name. Userbase. Worth 50,000. Well, if you can make $1 billion with it, maybe it's like, well, worth every penny. But that's a lot. What if you're spending $4,000 a month on your domain name? That's a bad idea, or it just feels bad. All right, so, but I guess it is what it is. I mean, somebody might say like it's the same thing in a slightly different form. That why does paying each month feel worse? I don't know. So the idea here is that Userbase is, or was, I think it was sort of like the stream. Whoops, stream. Yeah, good stream, I think. This is like there's these demos here that are pretty cool. It's sort of like a Discord or a streaming platform with chat. These like overly colorful chats are so distracting and painful on the eyes. It's crazy how many people stream, and it's like this. I don't know. It's a thing. People can make money with it. Not everyone does. There's a lot of streamers. Virtual events. This is a really cool space where, you could sell tickets to a hangout. And I think a lot of people could make a lot of money doing this. And well, it would require a lot of people spending a lot of money. So it has to be good. Like, you want to create a place that's awesome. And is that an AI image? It might be. Getting kind of interesting vibes from his like neck and head, and I don't know. Are these all AI? Well, no, that looked like the same bookshelf. Whoops. Where did... Oh, this guy. This one. This cube bookshelf. Is that the same one in the same place? No. It's similar, but different. These are jumping around, and that's kind of weird. What? That's interesting. The tabs fill the space, and so... Well, it's really like, so you don't have a duplicate. Like, instead of having a duplicate of the small one that stays... But I think having a duplicate and having it stay in place and having them act more like tabs is probably better. Anyway, so layouts for these things. Wasn't this a responsive little box? Oh, it's not. It's kind of cool. Like, the whole setup is definitely what I'm feeling for like a web app platform. Why is this? That's pretty cool. It's like they spent a lot of time doing this theme thing, but this isn't a web design app. Like, there's too many... Adjusting all the padding and layout of all the things is not always important, but like sometimes you want to change fonts and styles and layouts and which tabs go where, and so editing the whole thing is really important. But getting all of the little things to work is also important, and having direct messages, Q&A, all of these things is it's important, and it's tricky, and looks like they have UI kits, which was cool. So anyway, stream and user base kind of was like a stream, but it's also the authentication, and it would be kind of a cool name for a social network. There's like that dev.to that's like a community of developers. Well, or Lou42. Maybe I just keep going with it and try and make it good. So, window load, DOM ready. Let me write this down. Let me get out of this so that it's not cooking my graphics card. And is this a bad thing to stream? Oh, like my email address is probably worse than this thing. This is a Firebase ID that's just specific to my app, and there's really no information. Unless you could, if you had this, you could hack Firebase's database and then get my name and email address. So that's about the extent of the risk there, I think. But those security questions are iffy. I sort of need a new Figma document, but I was going to do this in Notion. And here I go, streaming my notes again. Okay, so let's see here. Web. Should I make? I have a page for the web OS, but like, do I wanna put new notes inside of here? This is one of these fundamental problems with Notion. Is like, if I start putting notes in a proper place or whatever, then they don't go into the chronological order, which is the most important thing for me. And so it is a little bit of a restraint or a constraint on the standard organization. So if I were to edit something in here, I believe this goes to the top of the list. Yeah, there it goes. So that's good, but these are all linked, and so none of them are embedded. I'm wondering if I had like an embedded page. It could be a linked page, and that linked page could just be part of... Yeah, this is how I think these should work. Like, WebOS should then have all these... Well, here we go. WebAuth. Or how about just... Well, so I don't want it here. I want to have it in here, and it's going to be web loading, I guess. Load order. We're just loading. Maybe I use one of these. It doesn't really matter. It's just so that it has an appearance. I could resize them with Control Shift 1, 2, 3 goes from H3 to an H2 to an H1, or 1, 2, and then 3. And then I can click on it, and then I can edit in here, and this should go to the top of the list as it just did once I edit it. So I should be able to find a thing like this, click into it, and then edit it and have it be part of the chronological order. I think that works. All right, so web loading is basically window.load, and I don't know, dom.ready, or essentially, not sure about the order and whatever. And then we have app.initialize that we call once everything's loaded. And then we can lazy load more stuff. And then we do the app ready. And this could be like a whole, like sockets, requests, etc. There's all kinds of loading fonts. I mean, frankly, loading most of the stuff, you should request most of the stuff as early on as possible, so it shouldn't actually happen in app.initialize now that I think of it. But, well, so part of the trick here was, I think I was doing something like import app from app.js. And it wasn't just app, it was a bunch of things, but then it was await app.ready, and then render here. Do whatever you want. And I do think, well, so the asynchronous programming is it's still not entirely clear to me exactly what you want to do and when. There's often these, questions of, it's not often that the order absolutely matters, but sometimes it does, and sometimes things don't load soon enough, and sometimes there's race conditions when there's like network lag introduced, whether it's, or like if it's reloading a file or an image, if it's a big image, and the caching and all these things, you can get variable outcomes when you reload the page without even changing anything, and that's kind of crazy. So there's a lot of stuff going on, and getting everything to load in the right order is tricky. If you want sockets connected, fonts ready, video queued, so you could autoplay a video like on page load. Well, another question is, can you load this thing, export page, and then can that page run kind of independently? Well, there's two options I can think of. You have page. You have some. Well, this could basically be like page.js, and it could just import like the elements. Well, you probably have app.js, and then await app.ready just to make sure everything's set up, and then div this is my page, and then we could so this one would be, you're not creating something to export, it's just it is the page. And then can you get this to modularly render? That's another question. If you only have one page and you just import it on that page, if you have like page.html that imports page.js, then it's the page is only available on this page. Well, not necessarily. You could import page.js into another file, but if it's not set up with a useful export, then you basically wrap it in a function or object or something so that you can rerun it. So like then the alternative would be something like page.js that imports page. I don't know if you should import page or just call it on the app, but let's see how this looks from app.js. You could either have new page if you import it like this, or new app.page. It could just automatically be there. I don't know if I like putting constructors on the instance like that. It's sort of just a reference. It could go on. I mean, oftentimes I'll do something like app.page if you have a subclass, so the app class and not the instance, and here's an instance, and so you'd have to somehow assign either in like the constructor or on the prototype, app.prototype.page equals page, and import the class that way. All these little decisions that I've gone around in circles on for the last 10 years are, I don't know, useful but kind of maddening. But essentially, then you export default. I think the first one looks cleaner, right? And then you don't have to do any of this bullshit. Simplicity wins here, right? I think so. So when we went to export default new page, and then we can pass whatever we want in here as usual, and these are just properties and methods. class can then use, and basically you'd have a render method to put your div content in there. And you can make all kinds of cool templates doing it that way. And that's what I should be working on. But I'm kind of bogged down with life and bullshit right now. So I'm trying to fight through it. And this is how we're doing it. We're going to try and fix up this web OS and make some cool shit. Make some big companies. As long as they don't, like, kill my spirit, basically. Which is what they're doing. Trying to kill me. I don't know, it feels like, I'm just reading my notes. I feel actually fucking awful right now. My life is essentially over. Yesterday was bad, really hard to focus. Feels like someone is eating my soul. My family is outside the Matrix. That's a weird one. Alright, so let's see here. Yeah, well, so making user databases, like, from this web framework is going to be tricky, but if you use this base class system as just like a fundamental pattern to recognize the structure of code and how things interact with each other, like, you can pass in new things, like a thing is a new thing, and that new thing can have properties and methods of its own, and you don't have to do it all in line, but you can, and I think it just makes, object-oriented is obviously the way to go. I don't know why people don't do that as much in JavaScript. So I gotta get my code flowing, man. I gotta, like, get more shit done, but any little thing, it's like here I spent an hour thinking about, like, how to import, classes and just link them together, and this is stuff I've done before, but it is important, like figuring out the right names and the right process and making sure that you don't mess it up, or, like, I don't know, I've gone around in circles on it a lot. And I'm getting a text message here. Let's see what this is. Kids have a dentist appointment coming up. All right, so let's see. Maybe more coffee will help me focus. Well, I got the code over here, but all right, so I already have a problem with the fact that so I have all these modules. This is basically the framework, and I tried to keep them small, and there's already, like, 3JS doesn't need to be in there all the time. Some of them don't even do anything. Like, I need to make views. I need to make a page essentially for each one of these things. And I don't know, using a fallback. So now that if I'm going to host this on Firebase and I can easily have the fallback and do client-side routing, it's essentially every page on the entire site just has the same index.html file, right? So all files could use the same one, and then all of the routing, and it's basically just the same JavaScript file, and then all of the URL has to get translated into the specific page, and so you're doing a lot of funny business. I think it's not impossible. I used to have that set up working like that. Because it's way easier to create a new page just from a directory. You don't need a new index.html, essentially. You just create a new directory, and bam, it's a page. You can go to that page, and if you put, I don't know, could it load? I think the browser request is still thinking it's at this URL. It's not like a redirect. It's just the server serves the root index.html file. It's like the web root. It serves it for all directories no matter what, because they don't have their own. So that's the fallback part. Is like it's essentially just a master HTML file, and so whether or not you use that is like comes with a bunch of caveats, right? think we should document these decisions and be like, well, somebody, I'm sure somebody has somewhere, but there's just a lot of decisions to be made, and it's not really clear which one's better. And I think usually there's drawbacks to each one, and I think most of the time it doesn't. Well, sometimes anyway, it doesn't actually matter. You go either way. You're just gonna have to do different hurdles. So like, do you want these hurdles or those hurdles? And if you spend time thinking it through, you're just not gonna get anywhere. But what I do need to do is get the entire framework. Can I use Git to? So imagine I have all these folders with different parts, and it's all like a Git repo. What if I just put the Git repo in the public as a, it's a hosted path, like, and so it'd be a Git sub repo or whatever, and I think Git actually handles it by default pretty well, where it just keeps track of what number it's on, and then, wouldn't that work like pretty well, I think? So how could I get this working? I would need to turn the framework stuff into a separate repo. So right now it's sort of the IDX is the repo that's got the versions of the framework, and I've copied it rather aggressively into two different projects, Lu42 and RDB. And so it's a hard copy, it's not linked, and so it's I think they're all the same. I could try and do like a diff on those, but that would just take a long time to see if I've made any adjustments to anything. I don't think I have, and I can always just figure it out later. If I break something, I'm pretty good at putting it back together these days. Spent a lot of time breaking and putting it back together. So I could separate out the, I don't know, what do I call it? Simple JS or framework or OS, or I don't know, like it's got to be a directory name. Could be Lu42 is just like a code name, or it is the module thing, but instead of like, I think having the module folder be for more like external modules that you want to copy in there, having the framework itself be separate. It is the web OS, right? Like, sort of. It's pretty simple and could become the web OS. I don't really think it's a problem naming it that way, but maybe it's just a single file, app.js, and you just pull it all in, it'd be that could potentially save a big step. But just like I have it here, you could have it both ways, where now this makes a bunch of extra requests, right? So if you separate it out into multiple files, then you slow down your website a little bit by making extra file requests. But it's most networking and whatever is so fast these days. I don't think, especially if it's a small file, like it's not going to be unnoticeable in terms of the lag. I think, it might. Worst case, it adds like a half a second loading time, so it feels moderately laggy or whatever for a split second, and then it's like whatever. Probably unnoticeable for most people unless you're really focused on it. So I think that's okay, having an app.js, but having an app.js, a little app.js, and a big app.js is already confusing for me, because I always forget what the case sensitivity is about file systems, and sometimes it matters and sometimes it doesn't. Like, essentially, sometimes you can have both of these in the same directory on certain operating systems, and sometimes you can't. So I think generally putting a big one and a small one, I don't think you should, even if your operating system allows you to, because some places it won't work. I don't think it's a good idea. And some, I forget if it's Windows, just won't let you do it. But Yeah, so, and then are file requests case sensitive? I think they are generally, right? And I am using capitals for like class names because I think that makes sense to me. If, you know, most classes are traditionally capitalized, and it does kind of make it stand out as a class versus an instance or something. Um, but yeah, then having both of them, I don't know, it does, you kind of have to put it in a different folder, so that's why it's one reason why it's there, but it's also kind of like a site specific thing. So moving from the like framework to, can I get an arrow? Holy smokes. Whoa. I could probably just use the stroke. That's all it's scaling, right? Yeah. Okay, whoa. Easy now. And we could round off that other one. Alright. Well, it's more like a framework, and should I just, why didn't that work? Should I just frame this? Frame the framework, and then we have this isn't even centered. Site. And then it's like a cake. It just stays in the middle. Well, and the framework's actually small, but it's like kind of the most fundamental part of it. I mean, you have lots of pages. Well, so, I mean, I'm thinking this kind of helps and looks good, but not sure how helpful it is. But I guess the framework or the mental I was going for here was the way that the files are organized. So starting a new project, bringing in the framework. I mean, Firebase projects are obviously going to be a little bit different. I don't think, I'm trying to think what is the kind of best setup for the WebOS as like a starter repo, I guess. I mean, frankly, there could be different branches, and so you could customize it based on yeah, this feels like the right way to go here. So you basically have like the web OS. I don't like it so small though. Whatever. I think that's what we're going with. Anyway, it's it could be, well, you could have a separate Firebase one, but you could have like either public or not. I generally think, you know, this is the web root. Like this is the web root, and then you have maybe it's like web OS core, or I don't know. Should this be like a starter? Is the name of the? It's like create React app or whatever. It's like a little repo that you just clone the repo and it puts the files in the right spot. And this is pointer to the actual framework. I don't think WebOS is the best name for what I have right now because it's not really an OS. It's just like a simple view system. I could try and give it a code name or something, but I think core or something, or just like OS or WebOS. I don't know. It's hard to say. I guess we'll leave it for this. But this would be the actual modules, like, you know, base, view, app, etc. And let's see. Yeah, you could have examples that you delete. That are just kind of like I mean, you could not have examples, have it be a separate thing or whatever. Yeah, I mean, why have to delete it every time? Why not just clone like WebOS examples? I mean, yeah, that's the way the web should work, right? You just pull some shit in, like duplicate some code, and then it's automatically live. Like whatever you do to it is published like instantly for you and for everyone else. It's not how it works usually for most code, is that you usually edit it locally and whatever, but this is a big step in the right direction if people can learn how to build shit faster by sharing things and just doing it all like without all the complex tooling and quick and easy. So yeah, the thing here is now it's version controlled. You're basically using Git as your package manager. And so I guess what I'm thinking here is I need whatever the names are. I need the actual framework and the I mean, what if it's just called framework? Like, I mean, it could be, whoops, lowercase is and how does it work? I don't know. Like, well, with the Firebase thing, it's a little confusing how you just import stuff and use it. And so generally I think importing classes is pretty straightforward. You just import something and use it. And so maybe, well, you could potentially have an app.js, just like I have it set up, where like a default configuration. So that raises a bunch of questions, like could you then have another app? So right now, the app makes a socket live reload connection. And so this could produce strange behavior the way it's currently set up. But yeah, so like if you want to, option 1, import default app.js. No need to new app and configure it. could have some basic flag reload sockets, whatever, like dev tools, but it could also, I don't know, figuring out how to, well, yeah, I mean, figuring out what goes into the basic app, and I've added stuff and removed stuff, and mostly added stuff and then kind of regretted it because sometimes it's harder to turn things off without breaking shit. So when you're trying to share, that's really what it comes down to, is trying to share app config is bad. Like if you add or remove, break something, which oftentimes you want to add to a function, you just want to slap some code in there, but because it's shared, you're actually doing something that's not possible on another website and it breaks. And you definitely don't want to deal with auto updates breaking your shit. Like you run npm install and it like updates a bunch of packages that it didn't necessarily need to, and then everything breaks because it's package mismatch. I mean, that's kind of a crazy thing. Like, I'm not sure I really understand that problem all that well in terms of all the logic that has to happen to keep packages from breaking when you're updating stuff. Because, like, dependencies might need their own versions, separate versions of the same package, essentially. So you'd have to be careful that each package and version is a unique thing. I haven't really, I mean, I kind of thought about how to make a good package manager a little bit, but like these are some of the more complex beasts to slay in life, and I gotta get going with just a simple framework here. So you could either default app or option 2, import app and create your own app.js. That's not a bad idea either. So like, you can name it whatever you want, like, but app.js isn't bad, especially if you're exporting the app object instance, I should say. And so then it becomes like a reusable thing. In fact, if blue42.com/app, oops, that broke. Let me capitalize this. Get used to that because the freaking L is hard to see. If blue42/app.js exports a usable thing, others could import it into their app. I think so. That would be a interesting challenge because it's like, what are you exporting? What are you importing it into? And what kind of API is set up to allow those things to work properly? But essentially, it's just like initialize, right? Could just app.initialize be all that is required to get things going? Could the window and DOM ready be baked into initialize? You'd have to then you'd have to await app.initialize. And so then it could wait for the, it could start any initialization, then it could wait for the window and DOM or whatever. It could even wait for everything to load, which is sort of like window.load, I think. If fonts and CSS have been requested, then maybe those would always be loaded by window.load, but if you lazy load something, maybe not, I'm not sure, but we could, this is sort of, instead of like the app.ready, right? And so you're doing two things, is you're like you're not doing a single thing until you call this function, and there's only one function that kicks off the whole thing, and it's just an initialize function that says begin, and then, well, and then what happens? Do we have pages? Do we have panels? Like, how do we get all the right things in the right place? That's going to take a little bit of thinking through, but essentially, I think this might not be a bad way to go. But, like, is it any better than await app.ready? And I thought about making this await app.ready, but I, you know, in case you might want to put some code in there, but, and I think the app auto initialized. So when you created it, you know, when the app is, when there's a new app, when you call new app, it automatically called initialize. But I kind of like this way better, is that now we're creating a new pattern that says you don't have to auto initialize in the constructor, and now we're going to call it manually so that we have a little bit more control. I don't think there's really that much that you'd ever need to do beforehand, besides maybe your, well, so obviously all your imports, and those should be loaded without this await. But I think some of them are like socket typed things that could try and run before the socket has been initialized. So at least waiting for the socket might not be a bad idea. Keeping track of all the things, like this is where rendering out all the things that are going on, just so you can visualize it. You could toggle things on and off. I do think having toggles is a really good idea. Like even for pretty much the whole app, if you could kind of switch between two different modes and versions and all those things, that's, so we need a, I don't know if I like this. Let's just say mode switcher. Then we can just put this, we haven't put the other one at web starter repo, and then mode switcher, whoops, page mode, wait, it's at mode switcher, there we go. Oops, let's use this one again. So it's get plus themes plus settings, what was I just thinking about? Yeah, just toggling all the modules. So it's kind of like toggling layer visibility in a graphic design program. You're just like, 1 minute it's there, 1 minute it's not. It has zero effect on the app right now, or at least the experience here, the visual and the UI, and then you turn it back on and it's back. And if you can do that with a framework, so that, you know, all the little blocks can be toggled on and off, and you can, now it's a good idea, but it doesn't come without complexity. Like you have all these dependencies essentially, and the dependencies are kind of like a plug. It's like a complex thing with a lot of little things that need to line up, and if it doesn't, then it doesn't work. So toggle all the modules, quickly experiment. Yeah, I mean, that shouldn't be that hard to do, but doing it kind of with a single familiar UI, well, I don't know, it's just something I've never really seen done in terms of building an application with little toggles or like little modules that you can drag and drop and kind of visually build an app with these kind of toggleable trees of modules. So we make a toggle tree. I think it's like this, toggle tree. And I think we're inside the toggle tree here, and we can do even more toggles, and they could just be plain text instead of a header. Stuff goes inside. Maybe we make this Control Shift, Control B, bold. I mean, it's not entirely clear what's going on here, but you can make toggle trees. No, well, okay, so when I say toggle, these are toggling open and closed, not on and off. So these open, close, and I lost my bold, not on, off. You could have both. You could have them expand, collapse, or I think Figma does over here. We can click that in front of it to toggle the, whoa, clicking on one zooms into it. You have to double click. You have to double click on the icon to go to that thing. It'd be cool if it named the frames automatically from something inside, but I don't know, the whole frame naming thing is kind of a tricky thing that needs to get better. Well, yeah, I'm not gonna need to get more organized in Figma. Okay, where are we at here? Where are we at? We're trying to figure out how to do the web framework in a nice configurable way, and frankly, you can do toggling modules with code pretty damn easily with comments on and off. And as much as you can do that, I think that's a good idea. So I need to make a note about minimalism. Like modular and minimalism is it's well, what were the things I was writing down? I'm writing down sockets, fonts, logging is kind of another whole thing. It's basically like dev mode. The sockets are dev mode. Fonts not necessarily, logging sort of, but maybe not necessarily. Well, and sockets too, maybe not. Maybe I'm using sockets for something specific, but all the configuration shouldn't be baked into the app class for sure. So like, what should be app class? Well, let's get a quick rundown. Can I do, let's just put Notion over here and then the code over here, and we go look at the app, and I got a bunch of them, and app old and app last, and there's some Google fonts in there and some sockets and some remote procedure calls and some experimentations, and it's just a big mess, obviously. Bunch of old code that I think some of these things are actually used in little places. Like I tested it out and I just set up something nearby. Like in my IDX repos, like there's just big mono repo where I have a bunch of the code and then different folders with different examples, and then I started over and like made another one called apps and just made a bunch of things. And I haven't even looked in, I've looked, the 3D one is where I made my game right here, which is now live. There's a whole bunch of other things going on in here. It's a whole mess. I need to get it more organized, obviously. So, well, but the app has, all right, this one's pretty minimal. DOM ready is just a promise creating and returning. Do you have to call does putting async here mean anything? I think I've asked this question before, and actually now that I'm thinking about it, I think it was about this specific method. And does putting async there even do anything? I think if you return a promise, you can use the function call as
Well, if we're not awaiting anything in particular, then it's gonna. I don't think putting async there actually has much of a difference. So I don't know if I like the async system in JavaScript. I'm still learning it, and I get confused about it all the time. So I think I could create
a promise explorer to kind of like visualize what you're doing in different cases, and essentially you just create code. You could write code to create kind of like encapsulated promises that have views. I did that once and lost it a long time ago. Like, it's not terribly hard to do, but it's not really clear where to go with it. It's pretty much everything in life. But then you could set it up so that you could see like when they get resolved and how they're kind of chained together, and then you could start to visualize like, okay, how do we create these logically correct asynchronous things? And it's tricky because like if you can't see how one thing leads to the next, and once you start plugging a bunch of shit together, it usually works until it doesn't work, and then you realize like it's an asynchronous like order of operations thing that's usually works but sometimes gets thrown off because of something or whatever, and it's just really hard to nail down what the heck's going on. So I think visualizing these things is important. The Google font thing, all right, this is the icon font. I'm still not sure about this. I don't mind it. I've used it a bunch. It basically renders a style sheet element, which is a link element for whatever reason, and loads this file, which is a CSS style sheet essentially, I think. And it appends. I think it appends it directly. Well, we go into view and see view. It's a static method. Style sheet creates a new view with the tag of link, so the element tag is link. And I'm not sure why my Notion just reloaded. Maybe it's trying to keep me focused. Thanks, God, the aliens in the machine, for drawing my attention away from this. Yeah, so it's but it does append it to the document head. So if you call the style sheet thing from pretty much anywhere, anytime, it'll just try to instantly load that style sheet and apply the styles. Now, appending it to the head means, yeah, it gets added after all the currently loaded styles. So sometimes the order matters if you have like conflicting themes, but we definitely don't want to do this all the time. So what do we want to do all the time? And this is where, okay, so is dev. If we're on localhost, maybe it shouldn't equal, but contains. Can't we do contains? Because you can have, I think this actually kind of works. But how come RDB and Lu42 are trying to do the socket? Maybe it is hitting this dev thing, but and not setting up the socket here. But I think maybe there's two sockets being made at some point. Let me think this through. There is a socket.js here. Does that get pulled in here? No. Who wants socket.js? This is like a default socket. And I think maybe the app actually does, doesn't it? Yeah, fuck. This is confusing. So in a class definition file, we're making an instance of a socket. And that socket essentially, initialize socket. Where are you? This, what does this do? We're either going to use this .socket, which has been passed in, or we're going to use the default socket that we've imported. That's confusing. So you can override it, but the problem is that in socket here, this is, I think, just maybe an easy fix that I never kind of figured out. This thing, this thing automatically, sometimes I like checking the bottom of my code to see if this is usually where I'd put like funky business shit that maybe shouldn't be there, or just make things confusing. That's why I was looking down there. But so it automatically connects, right? if you create a thing that automatically does its thing, like connecting, that makes it way easier to use, but then makes it way harder to not use. I guess is kind of the because once you wire up all the code to create a new thing, then you have to like then not do it and then redo it or whatever. I don't know. This whole events class. I've gone back and forth about if this is even necessary. I think it kind of is. I think it's useful to have. I don't know if. I don't know. Yeah, I do kind of like the idea of events because if I can create views that can tap into this event system, then I can see all the actions essentially. Events are kind of like function calls to be called later. So I think keeping that is a decent idea. I don't know if the socket has to be an evented thing, but why not, I guess. It has events on the WS, which is... So this is the browser created thing. This is a browser API. It's a little different on the server. I get confused with these things because I'm not terribly familiar with them. I get them kind of set up and working just enough, and then that's all you need, right? Until you do need to figure it out. So this dot ready is a pattern I've used a bit, but it's confusing because it's not entirely clear where this is defined and whatever. And I think the better way is you just call a function that returns the promise. And so ready could be a method rather than the promise itself. The problem with that is that you kind of need to store a handle to the promise. I think that's why I kind of prefer this way, because you could create like an underscore ready to store a handle to the promise. It's basically just to cache it so that if you call the method again, you're not recreating it a new one each time. I don't know. It gets confusing. But then you'd also, if you're going to store a handle to the resolver function so that you can actually resolve a manual promise like this, shouldn't there be a promise that WS provides that does the exact same thing? When do I call ready? I call it an open, which gets called from this open. So it's essentially just a follow-up callback. And that's really so that it's essentially broadcasting when it's ready to the rest of the app. So anyone who uses the socket can await socket.ready. Do I do that in app? Initialize socket. Here's socket.ready. Initialize dev ready. So I'm kind of assuming here that we're only doing the socket because it's basically for the reloading is the primary thing. But assuming that it's only useful in dev mode is not necessarily absolutely always going to be the case, like I've been thinking. So how do we set this up so that there's got to be a better way? Like, we don't want to bake in the socket stuff into the app. The app, in my opinion, should be as minimal as possible and really just be... It could literally just be the base class. App extends base, and that's it. Like, nothing else. And then you put everything you want in there, and it's only... I mean, you wouldn't actually need to use the app class. You could use the base class and do all of the same shit in that case. But how about the DOM ready stuff? That's kind of maybe the only thing that the app needs, but we also maybe want to fix this business. Initialize ready, create a promise. This window loaded returns a new promise. Yeah, so this dot ready becomes a promise, and I mean, this could be an async method, but again, I don't think that really changes anything here. So, but do we want to save a promise as a property? Document.fonts.ready. That's interesting. I don't even remember this, but it's a ready promise. It's defined by the browser API, and it's a property that's just .ready. So maybe it's not a bad idea to put a promise at .ready. I've gone back and forth whether it should be a method or not, but Well,
the code that I was writing a minute ago, where was it? Where were you? Where were you? Yeah. So it's like awaiting app.initialize is potentially a different way to do it. I do sort of think, I don't know, auto initialization is pretty simple and easy. How does the base work again? Does it always assign stuff? I think it does, right? The assign is in instantiate, so everything is assigned before initialization. So initialization is sort of just the same. Well, with auto initialization, it's like constructor, instantiate, initialize is all sort of the same thing. It just makes it a little bit easier to use without having to repeat these steps, but it does get a little confusing because then you can actually forget what comes first. But I think it's a pretty decent base class. The events are pretty cool too, and I think there's a lot of cool stuff you can do with this pattern. There's actually a reason for having an extra method for instantiate and also for initialize. Keeping initialize empty allows you to extend that method without worrying about erasing something. It's like an empty method. It's just an override point, so that if you're trying, it's essentially a constructor. Well, there's essentially two constructors here that you can choose from: instantiate and initialize. Overriding the actual constructor is frowned upon because you can't call this before super, and it's just weird. But this way, you have full control over the constructor. It's just now it's called instantiate, which basically means when we're creating a new instance, it's the first thing that happens. We get the arguments from the new call, just like the constructor does. It literally just passes it through. Then we assign all the essentially objects. So the only things allowed in this constructor are assignable plain old JavaScript objects. So I need to create, I could create a little test case here that just goes through all of them. Why don't I do that? Well, where am I going to work right now? Am I going to work in this project or that project? I do think trying to, well, I don't know if I can save the IDX or if I just abandon it. I've already kind of extracted the best thing from there, and I still have it here to use. Usually I'm just digging for code examples to refresh my brain, to see some examples of like how things could work rather than actually try and get them working again. I don't know if that's a bad idea. Going forward, I could try and keep it more organized. But I was thinking I should have a, what am I going to name this thing? Framework? So actually, now that I think about it, let's create this framework folder or page here, and it's basically going to be loo42/framework is where app.js lives. That's a pretty logical and straightforward place to do it. One problem is you can't, well, you could have an index in there. I was just thinking, now you've taken one of the potential page names from your website, but I guess that's a trade-off you got to make. And so we're going to have the loo42 com repo has inside of it the framework repo. So let's do some surgery and get this done. So we're going to go into File Explorer, I think. Never actually, can I do top left? That's kind of cool. Whoa, bro. No, man. Okay, whew. Thought it was going to force me into redoing the whole thing. All right, so we want one of these, I think. Can we put this in the bottom left and then just click out of this? Okay. Code. All right, we just want a new folder, or should I just copy? So right now the whole module folder basically is the framework. So we're going to, if we rename this, a bunch of shit's gonna break. but I'm going with it. I'm feeling like framework is kind of a cool word, and it is the framework. And we're hosting the framework folder, so we can't change it. I think we should be able to. I really just need to remove this. Control cut, then go to code and control paste. All right, so the framework becomes its own thing. cd ls framework get init, right? Can I just push it to the thing? Let's get GitHub open here. Whoops, let's go over here and go to GitHub, create a new repo named framework, and I don't know if making it readme means I can't push to it. It does. It doesn't give you that little instruction thing about how to add a remote to your thing and push the first thing. Well, is it gonna make a conflict? Maybe it doesn't. Let's just see if I can figure this out. Let's ask ChatGPT. How do I add my GitHub repo as a remote? Remote add origin. So it's Mike Lou 42 and get remote add origin. Can we just copy this? https.get. I think that's actually what. Oh, I think we need .get. Did it work? Get add all. Wait, what? You've added another Git repo inside your current repo? What? I didn't. Wait, what? Oh, fuck, man. I did get init in the wrong spot. How do we get uninit? See, that's the beauty of having a simple file system set up, where you don't just go put a bunch of bullshit all over the place. You just go in and you delete the Git folder, and bam, put my Git repo. Redo this. So we cd into framework. I could just delete this folder and clone the frickin' thing. No, then I'd have to copy it all back over again. All right, so git init, get remote add origin paste dot get. Git add all, git commit, yeah, git push origin. To push, wait, what? Fuck, I think I just said git push set. Why didn't I have to do this the other day? Upstream origin master? I don't think they use master anymore. Let's see what happens. Oh, it is, okay. Yeah, I mean, like, them telling you to just run this code is weird. It's like, really? Like, you just want me to type this whole thing in there? I'll trust you guys that you're not stealing my shit or whatever. Okay, so now, what? Yeah, so there's two different kind of, I haven't done this before, I'm not gonna lie. Usually I don't create conflicts. Isn't anything to compare. Can't we just accept? Do you have to scroll to the bottom?
Load diff. What the fuck? How do you comparing changes? How do you just accept it? Where is the compare and pull request? Okay, but like, what the fuck? There's no way this is. What is this broken or am I done? So tired of this shit. There isn't anything to compare. Just Google this. If the problem is main and master. Yeah, did they rename it to main and that's why? Yeah, those motherfuckers. Well, so how do I do the pull request? Is there a spot you have to click? All right, let's ask ChatGPT. Please help me, computer. Why Windows? Why won't you put it? Windows isn't giving me the UI to throw the window to the side. That's crazy. What is going on here? Maybe I have to do the. Maybe this is hijacking it. What is going on here? Okay, so. I pushed local master to GitHub and it didn't merge because it's a different branch. GitHub is now default to main. This compare and pull request UI screen is telling me there isn't anything to compare. I can't figure out how to merge these changes onto the main branch. I could put, it doesn't matter what it's called, but like so I probably do need to fetch it and merge it and push it. What the hell, Git? How much time do you spend fucking around with Git and that bullshit? What time is it? 12:37. Holy shit. Git pull, right? Can I just pull? Git status. Git branch. Master. Fuck. But why not? Why isn't there a main that I pulled? Git fetch origin. Git checkout main. ls. Yeah, it's there. Why didn't it? Oh, maybe git branch just shows the current branch and doesn't list the branches. All right. Git merge master. Fatal, refusing to merge unrelated histories. Okay, so how do we just set master as the main repo both locally and on GitHub? I think we just get checkout
master. And then settings, branches. This is such a bad experience. It's like, I don't know, man. Fuck. Alright, how do we do this? Alright, here's what we do. We go do it the old-fashioned way. You just control, we don't want get. We just want control cut. We want to get check out main. Whoops. Whoa, that was weird. Can I now get control V? Wait, what? Alright, I need to put this in a different folder. I think it's confused because it's the same place. I think we just go in here and paste this. Please? Or did I just lose all my code? I think it's still in the... It's not working. Wow, guys. Code, framework. It's just gone. Okay, so we go back to code. I think I want to use this one for whatever reason. And... okay. Okay, I actually removed it from there, but it's the same one as all of these, I think. So we're going to copy this one and we're going to put it in here. Jesus Christ. It's so bad. Should be there. Wait, what? No, not like that. You fucking control cut, up, control paste, delete. Alright, now get status. On origin, on branch main, thank God. Get add all, get commit -m, yeah. Get push origin. I think it says it pushed main to main. Okay, so get push origin delete main. Like, what the fuck does that do? Like, it's so unclear. Alright, so how do you delete a branch? I think this should be an easy one. Alright, get branch D master. Alright, I don't know what that warning was, like, but it's a bad sign. Like, if get gets too fucked up, then it just blows up on you. And so doing a bunch of commands on it is what this whole. I don't know why I didn't have such a problem with, for example, the Lu42 one. And I think it was just that little click that I made when you're creating a new repo. So let's do it. We're gonna do a test repo, create new repo, test, and don't add a README. If you add a README, it fucks it all up. And then you have to jump through hoops. If you create it without a README, then you get this screen. And you get to add the origin. So it does say... What the fuck does this one do? Did I just copy and paste this last time? I thought I just might have done this part, but if get by default, when you get a init, it's on branch master. Maybe this renames the current branch. -M for rename. Makes a lot of sense. What does get branch -M main do? Yeah. Okay. That's, well, unnecessarily confusing, in my humble opinion. But what do I know? Well, the problem is that there's likely millions of people every hour across the world stumbling through the same thing, being like, wait, what? Why isn't there a button here to be like a middle finger? Like, fuck you. If you ever want to send a middle finger to the software, there should always be one where it's just like, fuck you. That would be funny and cool. Alright, so where are we going here? Nobody knows. So I got the framework repo set up, and I want this framework to be in here, because now I've kind of fucked this whole thing up. I removed the modules folder, and now I'm gonna have to do surgery to get my website working again, but I think we can do it. We're gonna survive, I hope. Do I need the command line for this? I mean, I have a command line right here. Why don't I just use this one? All right, let's practice that. It's not clear to me exactly what each terminal, like, you can open multiple ones, and it's, I guess you can see here where you're at, but let's go to, whoops, it lagged for a second, ls. So we want to go into public, and then we want to git clone the framework. We're going to put a git repo inside a git repo, folks. Where was I? Where is GitHub? There we go. Where's the framework? I just made it. Repos. I got 39 repos. I do this shit all the time and then just abandon it. Framework. Fuck, just get out of here. How do I delete it? Fucking... The computer told me what to do. I'm gonna work on that later. I don't know if I can do it from here. I just want to clone this thing. I think this is the one. And then I type down here, or fine, I'll use VS codes, git clone, kind of paste. Whoop, there we go. All right, so it puts the framework into the site, and now all of my files that were looking at this module folder now look at the framework folder, because it's gonna be better that way. And inside the framework, I probably could have just renamed the folder and initialized it and pushed it. Probably didn't need to do all that. Moving it out there and then moving it back in. But what do I know? I want to search, find in folder, reveal and open, find in folder. I think we want to search for module. Yep. So public framework app import base from /module. I'm using absolute hard-coded URLs throughout the entire freaking thing. So this is going to take a while, and we're going to replace with framework. And holy fuck, that's kind of cool. Sure, why not? No, we don't want to. Can we dismiss? And dismiss, and that whole thing goes away. That's cool. I like this. No, we don't want to do anything inside 3JS. Oh, yeah, we need these. We're just relinking because I renamed the folder. Because I want the module folder to maybe be something else. This is potentially just a huge waste of time because I'm not gaining anything from doing this immediately. It's just more of a thing that I thought I should do. So now what? The same button. Oh, we can do each one at a time? Maybe we gotta just go through each one of these. Control Shift 1. I can do that. Whoa, whoa. Control Shift 1. Is it going through them as I think it should? Yeah? Oh, it's going from the bottom. Oh, fuck. Oh, no. Can I undo? Oh, man. Alright. What? Can help me with here is get status. Alright, this isn't the problem. We're over here. In this one, the CD framework, get status, and here we... Oh, so we only did these so far. We want to get rid of this. And then we can go back to Control Shift 1. And I thought this was all of them. Replace all. I think you have to have it hovered. We don't have to do that one, but we're just going to click this and this. This is actually more work than it should be. It could be just one big button for all of them. Maybe there is. What does this do? I don't know. Alright. Hopefully I got all these things, and I might have some problems at some point. Let's spin up Lou42com, ls, cd, public, and then idx. And we go to localhost just to see that the framework is being imported, and sure, why not? Let's try logging in. Oh, it worked. That's kind of wild. And we got Lato in there, it looks like. So I don't think I want to do that in the app. So I spent like all day and haven't really done anything. Basically the gist here, folks. I do think this is the right direction, though, in terms of the structure, and I've done this before, but now I have a... Can I get this search out of here? How do I get back to the files? There we go. Now I have a framework separately from everything else, and I do think the app.js here isn't a bad thing. I don't like the socket being automatically created. That's definitely got to change. So, also, so this framework library here is meant to be a like drop-in git clone thing and hosted at /framework/ like, and it kind of has to be if all of these URLs in here, and I changed them all in Lou42, but I need to push that up before I forget. Get status, get add all, get commit module to framework, get push. Hopefully it pushes main to main, and then I don't know, maybe I just delete this one. Honestly, if it's out of sync, like there's no sense in me trying to keep this one in sync. It doesn't even it can't run on its own, and so I don't want to edit the code there. I can actually edit the code in place on any of these as long as they're up to date, and then I just push. But if I do changes to the framework, I got to make sure I push them and then pull them into all the rest. Now this one I don't actually have to change because it's working, and now I could, but I probably have to go back through and change a bunch more shit. So, all right, let's see if we can make some headway with this. The base CSS, I don't know if this is a good idea. The README is not really required. It could stay there. It's not hurting anything. And then I could put some shit in there like... Well, this repo is meant to be a subdirectory of a website. Be a named framework hosted. Framework. Subdirectory of a website with name. So all the files are hosted, or let's say imported from framework slash path slash file. All right, that's basically the point. And what can we do here with this socket system? Export default new socket. It's not terrible, but do we want to... All right, we need to strip the app down. We need to start documenting everything to get this working properly. Let's see here. I'm getting sweaty in these pants. I'm gonna go change my pants real quick. I guess I'll just leave the stream running so I don't have to restart it and do all that bullshit. BRB. All right, so all right, so we got this app thing. I don't know what this is doing here. I think doing some of these things are kind of cool, but not necessary. What exactly does the app need to do? I think really the most important is DOM ready, but because I'm not sure actually when and how these all fire, this initialize ready. So I do have a method that creates... This is kind of silly, like window.loaded. I mean, it's sort of a way to configure when the app is ready. because you could override this initialize ready method, and it makes sense that initialize underscore ready would be creating the ready property, setting it equal to this promise that's essentially the window load. I think generally the load is going to happen after the DOM loaded event, but I'm not actually sure on that. Let's ask. I could just log it out and see. So I mean, part of what I'm thinking here is like, shouldn't I have like a DOM ready promise that's like this dot DOM ready equals this thing, and then can we do an assignment in the return? I think you can. I don't know if that's necessary. It kind of muddies up your app object so that when you log it, you just see this property that you don't really need. But you have a bunch of them here, right? Like, well, the ready one is, I don't think we're actually using a self-resolving promise. The socket.ready. Yeah, like, what is all this bullshit I have in here? Window loaded. So basically, dev ready, or we're not waiting for the sockets? Why did I turn that off? That's really strange. Because I thought I wanted it to be ready. Maybe I was having a problem with it and commented it out. I don't know. I'm really confused why this is commented out. I mean, if it were a little bit more like structured a little bit better, then you could comment these out one by one. Control Shift slash, Control slash. There we go. Control slash. Man, I don't know if I got the brain power for this right now. So yeah, we got a bunch of this like performance code in here because I was trying to track how that shit worked. And I mean, you could easily create like extensions of the app, like at any level. Either, you know, you create a performance extension of the app in here, and then instead of loading the default app.js here that loads the default app and does all these things, you could create your own. You basically import a custom app class and use that instead, like the performance logging app class. So there's a lot of options here in terms of how to get this thing going. Yeah, the smart app was a nice little adventure. Good step towards getting file system functionality working. And anyway, so we only do the socket for dev mode, and then why did I get rid of waiting for the socket? The only thing I can think is I was having a problem with it, and that it was just easier to turn it off, but or maybe it's taking too long, or maybe that I was running it somewhere where the socket wasn't available, and just, I don't know. I'm really confused because I kind of think this should be turned back on. But if I do that and it breaks and then I don't even know why and it takes me a long time to figure it out, I don't know if I want to flip that right now. Well, it's good to know that the socket may not be part of the wait, and so this is essentially just the same thing either way. So there's a lot of complexity for no reason, essentially. The saver system. This is the normal one. Do I even use this? I don't think I'm using this. Where is this called from? Control F. Nope, just one instance of this thing. So this is like a... Should I just start chopping this thing down? If I start getting back into that stuff later, I can figure it out. I don't think loading the Google font is good automatically. Don't think we want that. Now, having this method saved somewhere is... it'd be cool if you could import methods. And you sort of can with like just throwing it on the prototype, which is essentially what's going on here. It just looks bad. And, you know, then I create a bunch of extra files and need to potentially organize them, and it gets confusing. I think, well, I think it's worth it, actually. Let's say, if we want to save this little snippet, we say new file, Google. Actually, maybe I do want the Google icon font, but not always, right? So maybe I just leave it as a function there, and then in the config, initialize body. What does that do? Okay, this dot body. So app.body will be available, and what does the init do? View body, view body function. It caches this, basically an element for the body, and I add an init function to it so that it can set itself as the captor. The reason why I didn't do it right in here was, yeah, like if you call this method, wherever you call this method from, it could hijack the capturing or something. Yeah, so it was sort of like an initialization of the body. If you're... So, yeah, it's basically the first time it's called, it creates... do you want to do that, though? Maybe that would cause problems. If you're inside another view, it basically just matters where you're initializing this from, calling that. And so if it's kind of the first thing that happens with the app before it's ready, God, this is so confusing. So initialize body happens down here. I don't think it's ready yet. I think this runs like immediately. And so maybe that is a good idea to break out the initialize call into, instead of doing something like this, do we await new app.initialize? That's sort of equally as confusing. Is like, why are we awaiting a method? And I kind of jumped through hoops to get this ready promise to resolve to the actual object so that you could do it like this. I don't mind this way. It's sort of the same thing. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it. What actually needs to happen here? Well, it needs to be simple. It needs to make sense. I don't know if I want to import the socket here. The idea behind this socket instance was that if I were trying to create like these reusable apps, you know, each one's using its own socket, I wanted to kind of have a reusable socket. I think there's some situation where I was importing something that was already creating a socket, and so then I had two sockets, and so I was like, well, maybe if I have a single global socket instance that I can share amongst all the things, then I just connect once and I don't have to worry about having multiple connections because, you know, the code's running in two different places. So that's kind of, I don't know, it seems like it shouldn't be that hard to solve. You just have to be careful, obviously. But, all right, so setting up the body, I don't even know if that's necessary. Well, it sort of is to initialize capturing. So like if you want to just create a div or something right in the page, like at the root, like I have been, the reason it works is because we initialize the body and set it as the captor. So that is kind of necessary, but it's not really clear the right order of when things happen. Like even looking at it now, it's very confusing to me. So it needs to be less confusing. How do we create the... Well, let me think this through. So one, we load a page that, well, load an HTML file. That file loads a JavaScript file. That file loads any number of things, including maybe an app or app. So what should be in the app class? Like create the app.body view instance. Let's just call it app.body view. Yeah, there we go. And set it as captor. I think that's important to get that working. The icon font? No, we don't want to do those things. New. Not automatically anyway in the base class. So if you want to create like a theme essentially, then there's a handful of, you know, like icon font or loading a Google font is just kind of like a base theme, and maybe like a base CSS, and like there's lots of little layers that you could start peppering in there, but they're all kind of like this tangled mess, and sometimes you want it, sometimes you don't. And there's all these functional things and whatever. So I think keeping the app class or this folder here nice and lean and getting rid of all this shit is important. I mean, I think I can just use GitHub to like browse these things later on in the future if I want to, right? Like if I just want to delete all of them. I mean, I have them definitely saved in a bunch of different locations, so I don't think it should be a problem just deleting old shit if I have it backed up. So I could start deleting all this commented it out code. I could start trying to clean this up. I mean, it could get really clean, so it's just this, what is this CSS thing doing? Where is this called from? We import the style sheet. I think this is just, oh fuck, I'm trying to create a way, it's basically a replacement for view.stylesheet. It'd be like app.css, pass in the string, and then queue them all up. And wait, what? Link.onload, resolve the promise. Okay, so it's a promise per style sheet, but then I'd have to do some sort of like promise chaining with promise.all. It's doing that somewhere right here, promise.all, and put a bunch of, I don't know, that it gets confusing, and creating a loading system for all the things and being able to see them and have confidence that, you know, what you're loading, what you want to load is loading, and that it's there, and, you know, trying to figure, this is like basic troubleshooting, is making sure everything is loading properly and if the order matters and that sort of a thing. So I do think that's sort of important, but all right, instead of going around in circles on this, why don't I just create a new, can we duplicate this? Copy, paste, and app copy. I guess we just leave it at that and start deleting shit. Okay, so we don't necessarily want the Google font. It's in the other one. Not sure about, maybe we try and get the socket out of here because we're not always going to do that. So like, but then you'd have to, if you create a dev app, then you could manually switch back and forth or have some sort of query string parameter or something to temporarily activate it. I think having the local host check isn't the worst way to just have a very simple dev mode. I mean, it's not bulletproof. You might not develop at localhost. I think some people create custom domains for their local development and might need to edit that. But in my opinion, in my case, seems to work. For portability reasons, like if you're, well, so if anyone else is trying to use the framework and wants to change how this works, they can always just import the class, extend it, and then create their own app. So they don't have to use the default app. But I do think, thinking through how the app is used is, and being able to export them, I think is also really interesting and cool. But I'm not sure if that adds another layer of complexity to it. Can you create an app that actually exports something useful? Maybe. Yeah, so creating the new app, await app.ready. I think getting the socket to, awaiting the socket's not a bad idea. And I might in the near future be doing the socket stuff like a lot more. But how do I do this in a way that is acceptable? Well, I was going to just start chunking out all these things. Get rid of the icon font thing. I don't think this is being used. I don't think... Isn't there another one? This and this. Well, let's leave that for a second. DOM ready, window loaded. I don't think these really matter. Window loaded. Do we have a... So we need in here... Yeah, forget the performance. We're just looking for... Oops. All right, let's see. Does this even work? Let's load... This is localhost. We reload it. No favicon. Window loaded. No document ready event. That's kind of crazy. So maybe it didn't ever call it app initialize. So we are localhost. It should hit this. It's initializing the socket. Yeah, we don't want to just always import a socket here. So this needs to change. Let's comment this out and figure out a better way to do that. But let's see real quick. Whoops. Before that, if I can figure out why DOM content loaded is not firing. Dev ready is only window loaded. So yeah, I don't even think I'm calling it. We return the promise. So we could put, and I think I had this at one point, this dot DOM ready, comma, window loaded. So that should work now, right? All right, DOM ready, then window loaded. I think that's usually how it goes, because the load is waiting for everything to load, and especially if you're requesting stuff. So I'm getting this base CSS Lato font, and I don't think we want this. So is all of this okay though? I mean, I definitely don't think we want to do this. So let's begin, at least not that. We don't want to load something big and opinionated every time. So now the font disappears. This font family Lato thing is no longer as relevant. Whoops. Control Z, Control slash. It can't do inline comment. Maybe Control Shift slash. No. Control Alt slash. No. Alt slash only? No. How do we do VS Code inline comment? Control slash command. Yeah. This is sort of a CSS thing, right? Oh, you have to paste these things in there. That's interesting though. You can put like code in the JSON settings. I'm not going to try and figure that out. I'm going to do it the old-fashioned way. Slash asterisk. Asterisk slash. Save. Alright, I don't know if I want to load this. It's an extra file, but creating a theme system is useful. Creating even basic UI for the framework is useful, but then I think it maybe should be a base theme. And then that theme could be potentially toggled. So like if you wanted to oops. No. So if you wanted to create, I don't know, there could be a themes folder. But the more you like prepare all these folders and start doing all this shit, this is where I get ahead of myself. And at first I think we just don't want the base CSS, and I think it might actually be in here. Isn't it right up here? Yeah. Let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. I don't think I'm using any of these things, but I think I'm exporting them down here, so that's interesting. I can't do the icon if I don't have the icon font, so that's interesting. All these little like complications are I don't know why I'm still struggling so much with, well, so if you have this thing part of the view that's the icon, why doesn't that, if there should be a separate module, and if you import the icon module, it automatically does the Google loading. That's the way to do it, right? I might change my mind and then think, oh, well, it's easier to just bundle this differently or whatever, but I need to get some of this shit running and working and cleaned up. So let's forget the icon for a second, and sometimes just refreshing the page can give you an idea if there's any major errors or whatnot. DOM ready, window loaded. So when you're rendering with my views, you definitely need the body to be initialized to start capturing stuff, and that seems to be working here. The order of these things, like I think this happens would probably happen before DOM ready. Let's say console.log. Whoa, dude. Oh, no. It's stealing my code. No, escape? Okay. No, we don't need this body. We just want to know when it's happening. Yeah, so it happens pretty quick, and then DOM is ready. So is that bad to initialize the body before the DOM is even ready? It's questionable. I mean, the body is going to be there, I think, immediately or before the DOM is ready. But maybe we should initialize body after this DOM ready. I could actually just hard code it right in here. Where does... Well, it should be... Fuck. So the problem is that I'm just thinking, like, on a page, if you go to, well, even like the home page, which is hard to tell, but it's this index.js here with all this FAP business here. When you import the app, I can do await app.ready before. Okay, so if I do that, then maybe that is required and what allows this all to work. But should the body initialization also await the app.ready? And then I think the way it works is it does all of the things first and then kind of clears the queue, and then we'll proceed with your code, rather so you don't have to worry about the order that you add them or whatever. I'm not 100% sure on that, but I would guess that's how that works. So let's see here. yeah, the question is, do we need to await app.ready? I think it's not a bad idea. I think also in the app, uh, yeah, so we're basically, we're doing the socket or not here. I guess we could delete this. I'm gonna have to rethink this in a minute. If these are basically the same thing, then maybe we just initialize ready and we skip the dev ready. Let's just do that. Let's get rid of this dev thing. We don't even need to check it anymore. We're just going to initialize ready and so in this case, do we use loaded or I kind of like loaded better. I think it's always going to come next. Do I use promise.all or do I just rely on window.loaded? In a way, it's just way easier to do window.loaded. Or it's window load. So we could just put this into this and make this super duper clean. This could even be an inline function. Sometimes the AI gives bad advice. Something like that. And then, I mean, frankly, this could all be inline too. Makes it a little harder to read, maybe. Would that work? Or did I just fuck it up? I think that would work. I don't know if these arrow contexts, if I'm missing something here. This could be a big pain in the butt, but it's essentially a promise that resolves when the window loads. And then we maybe don't need this DOM ready. Oops, because DOM should be ready by the time the window loads, and the window loads should be, why is it so it's messing shit up? Initialize ready, create the ready, then initialize body. I think we sort of want to do, it seems to work, but it just seems like it would be better if we, do we want to await here and then, all right, so if we async this function, this method, and then await this dot ready, so then let's this dot log initializing body. Oops, not this dot log, it's console log and it's already there. Can this thing stop jumping around so much? God damn it. All right, and then can I just refresh this? Is it? Yeah, this is actually running. Okay, and then doesn't really matter, right? As long as it works. But the question was, is it possible for sort of what? Okay, so we initialize the body first, and then the page ready fires. The question is it ever possible for those to reverse themselves? And I think the way it would work is this awaits the resolution of the promise, but I think all of the, also in the app over here, this one's also awaiting the same promise basically. So isn't it reasonable that either one of them could come next? Let's ask ChatGPT because this is confusing me. If two pieces of code run code, add a promise callback, does the order of code execution follow the order in which the promises were added? So I almost think like you need, if you have two things that need to happen after this window load, but we need to initialize the body before the thing is actually ready. So we sort of need a new promise here, I think, right? Fuck. I'm gonna mess up this thing. This is hurting my brain right now. What is going on here? Where does the thing go? So these parentheses, I think it would go here, right? I think. And load, and then more. No, let's just leave this one. I think this just goes down here. All right, so it's basically we need maybe do we need a promise dot all? Well, we don't need to. We want it to, once it's loaded, then we want to initialize the body. So, and then we can resolve. That's the way to do it. So we need bracket here. This is callback hell, right? Is that the right spot for the bracket and the parenthesis? And I think this is a function call, so that's appropriate there. And then, whoops, we want, before we resolve this, we want this dot initialize body, and then we don't want to await anything. We've already loaded the content, and this is quite possibly not even necessary or like the wrong approach. But yeah, then we don't do this. We just initialize this promise, and that resolves once. I think this is just a little bit more sure that it's going to stay in the right order, because I think we got lucky in that, on that order, and that the page could have ran before the the page, this console page ready. All this code could have started running before that body was ready. And it is slightly important to get the body set up as the capturing thing, and the way this all works is a little wonky, but it'll work for now. The body is an actual class, so you can say app.body.ac. So like, well, here on this index.js, we could say app.body.ac yo-yo. And then when we save and reload, then the body has class yo-yo. And so it's functional, it works, it makes sense, I think it's good. And then we removed the socket. But this app class is about as simple as it could get. I think maybe just completely ignoring the socket here for a minute is okay. We have all these extra things that probably don't matter. I don't think we need this anymore. This doesn't have to be async. And yeah, so that's a pretty simple app. It just has a reference to the body, which is not actually the document. It's document.body, right? Document.body is the actual element. But app, oh, it is global. Is it? I think maybe I did make it global in this app.js, which is helpful just for debugging and shit. Yep. Window.app. app.body.l is the same thing as document.body. True. So that's how that works. And I think that's good. And I think this is super simple, and that makes it good. And I don't know if I need separate folders for these, but if I want to do little tests on each one, this is what I've been thinking about doing for years. So let's fucking do it. We can use this one. Should I just start deleting shit? Well, what I'm kind of thinking is I just copy and paste this whole frickin' thing and then start doing it. Delete. We're not using any of these. Can we just select them all? I mean, I have the thing backed up, right? Sort of. So it's like, let's just clean this up and make this new file. So should I look at setting up the fallbacks? The problem with the fallbacks is that you would then need an HTTP server that's configured to do that, and that's still actually probably not a bad idea. It would make the whole system really easy, and then you wouldn't need to create the index.html file. You wouldn't need to well, I've kind of set up like templates to duplicate, where like you duplicate the whole folder and then you get the files and whatever. Using a fallback index, this is basically the same file for all of them, so it would make sense here. It's just, and I could set up my local server to do it. My server is this IDX thing that's a globally installed thing, and I don't even fully understand how I got it working, but it works. There's a server, it does the sockets, and I could get it to do the fallback thing, which is probably not a bad idea, but I'm just not sure if... I've kind of gone around in circles on that one, and I think maybe right now just creating a bunch of index.htmls that just do this little bit is a quick and easy way to do it. It feels bad to have the exact same file duplicated a million times. So I just control copy and then control paste, and it just loads the index. That's all it's doing. It's super duper simple. But in that sense, it's actually good. And then the index in here, new file, index.js, is the file that gets loaded to display all the stuff. And so essentially then we have a /framework/app page. Boom. And then in this file, I can import, well, it's sort of like this. Do we want to use the app to render some app-y things? Sort of. So what is the import statement for this framework.app? I think it's something like this. And we probably don't need app. We don't need... Why is this darkened? What is the light bulb? Remove import from... What? Why? Oh, I think it's because it's not used. None of these are used. So, well, div, hi. No live reload. We're gonna have to work on putting that back in there. Yeah, so rethinking the server structure is important. I got a lot of ideas, but not really sure exactly the easiest things to do in that regard right now. Time is a ticking. Let's see. So definitely don't need all the things, do we? And frankly, this app is just so dead simple that it's like making the test for it. I don't even know if my test class works. I don't know if that's the right approach right now. probably is, though. Do we have any tests that work? Doesn't look like it. We probably did at some point in some folder somewhere, but, well, should we try and get it to work? We got some CSS being loaded here. Well, this is where, like, these separate modules should be pretty standalone, so I probably don't want to just pass them all through the app. I mean, the single one-line import, I think, yeah, so the little app.js exports all the things. And so that's not a terrible way to go, because then in here I can just have this one line. I don't even know if I need the test class. Let's just bring in the test method. And then here, I think they just go something like, well, let's leave hi there. Let's go test. This is a test. And then T, I think, is actually a pretty good little way to do it. Whoa, that's kind of wild. No, not is. Okay. So then we refresh. This is a test. And, well, let's duplicate that and see if my little switcher is working. Can you not have the same? Okay, they're going to struggle with the same name. Let's give it a second name, reload. All right, so when this is a test is clicked, it only runs that one. When this is highlighted, it only runs this one. It's actually working how it should. That's cool, and that's a pretty 80 lines of code. Pretty simple little deal there. And we can do some controls on this. Let's see what that looks like. And it's test class.controls. So let's bring in the whole test class and say test.controls. And now we reload and we have this reset button. That's basically it, but it's better than nothing. Okay, so is the app ready? Well, so interestingly, do we await app in here? Oh, that's interesting. So when you do bring in the little app, it's already awaiting the ready. And so by the time I'm over here, this does nothing. Console.log page pre-ready. And then this is let's go into app. Actually, let's go into this little one and say console.log app.js pre-ready. And then app.js is the file that this is being called from, and this is post-ready. Trying to figure out the order of how this is actually goes down. It's pretty confusing still. So it's going to create this thing, it's going to queue it up, and it's going to, the ready thing is going to resolve once the window is loaded essentially, but in here then, when we import this, I believe this first line is going to be, this is app/index.js. That's it basically. It's just going to run. And so let's see, app.js pre-ready, post-ready, then the page runs. And so I think what happens here is that it properly delays the export. Sometimes, well, you might, okay, so you might look at this file and say, this thing is exporting the default app, exporting, the default export is the app, which is this thing, and we're awaiting it. It's actually, it shouldn't actually be set with any value until it's awaited. So logically, I would think that this would work properly and that it wouldn't export just kind of an empty reference or something, or a promise that hasn't been resolved. It could, you know, a lot of wild shit, could potentially happen there, but I think it's properly awaiting the promise. Once it resolves, it gets passed in as the app, this new app instance. It's essentially this value that was returned here. is also the object that fulfills the promise, and so that's not entirely clear, but essentially, if once you understand that little bit, this becomes, you know, just a simple like delayed constructor. Well, it's a constructor that happens immediately, and inside it it creates a delay, this promise, and once that resolves, then it gets assigned, and so you all in one line you can await new app.ready, and it will, you can then assign it, and if the await works properly, it won't run anything else until it's actually ready, and it won't actually export the app until it's actually ready, and so this thing all comes together properly. So we don't need the high, we don't need the logs. I do want to get the sockets back in here. Please. The live reload. It shouldn't be that hard. I could just import this socket. But I don't even know if the socket should automatically do its thing. Also, so I can't import the socket here because it's going to automatically do its thing. Now, so maybe on each page, maybe it's a page-based thing. Like, do you want the socket or not? And so you have to import the socket here, and then it just, but once you import this socket instance, it's just automatically going. I mean, it would work. So sometimes the quickest, easiest solution, import socket from framework/socket.js. That's exactly what I was going to type. Sometimes these spammy things are good. Hit enter. It's trying to delete this line. It's dimmed out because it's not being used for anything, but as far as I know, it doesn't actually need to. We refresh this. Oh, socket's trying to get a file system view? Why? I deleted it. Okay, so this is a problem with the socket. It's got some bullshit in here. Yep, bunch of tests. Let us just... Where is this even used? FS view. It is used down here, but I don't think it's even commented out. I don't think we need this. I need to clean up this file, obviously, but I think the quick fix there is just deleting that. Control save, Control R. Now the socket is connected. And app.js still has some spam in there. No? I didn't save it. Control S automatically reloads. Socket connects way late. Could be a problem for for everything. But so this is part of the deal about waiting for the socket. If you're trying to do code that needs the socket, you gotta wait for it. In a lot of the tests I was doing do need the socket, but I don't want it to be built into the app where it's so hard to like turn off that socket request. Everything needs to be as modular as possible. I might want to create better UI cards for these tests. That wouldn't be very hard. I might want to embed a nice font. I don't know a good UI font. Like, I like Montserrat, but it's not the best UI font. And I mean, I like Lato, but it kind of renders funny sometimes. I was going to go with Lato because it's got a good variety of weights and everything. But all right, so I could use... I could definitely work on the styling of these pages, but in the beginning, I just want to not do this. I want to... oh, come on, guys. Can you escape? Well, so this is where you can just await app.ready. Actually, I don't know if you can do this here. I don't know if you have to declare... Yeah, I think that's going to throw... It's going to throw an error. Yeah, on a reserved word. Now, can we do an async? Can we just say async right here and do an async arrow function? Boom. That's weird, but... Well, I guess it's kind of cool. How come throw is outside of the group? Because it's async. Ha 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 ha. That's actually crazy. Maybe if it's async, could you get it to... Whew, that's interesting. Okay, so in the test class, if this... So this is the test function that I'm calling. The value is passed in. That's the value is the function. I don't know what the arg is, to be honest. Probably doing something with it at some point, but okay, so if this value, then it's basically just basic truth test. If there is a value, then call the function that we're assuming the value is a function. I don't know why I called it a value, but I guess that's fine for now. And then pass in the arg. So you pass in an argument at the end. I don't know what I would really use that for. But so the question is, could you check this here if it's a promise? If the value is a promise, that means you pass in an asynchronous function, right? No, it's just asynchronous function. It hasn't run yet. This would return a promise. That's what you want to check. If this returns a promise, then await it before closing console group. That would be cool. It would take I think it would take a few hula hoops to jump through. You'd have to, well, it's either you close the group, and to await it, it'd have to be asynchronous. And does that affect... See, if you have an asynchronous test, then the second test is going to run before the first one does. But I guess that's just part of the nature of reality. I guess that's just how it goes, right? Well, so the question here was, could you get this throw console log thing to go inside of the group? Essentially, what you would you want the first one to open a group? No, you wouldn't want to even open the group. If it's asynchronous, can you check? Can you check a function in JavaScript to see if it's async? Like if you pass in a function as a callback. I think you might. There's no way that works. Can I have a console, please? Var function equals async. I think that would work. Function.constructor.name. Heh! That's cool. So, if it's an asynchronous test, well, it runs it immediately, right? It's just it could throw, or it could, like, I don't know, branch off in reality, essentially. So what happens here with an async callback? That's a crazy idea. It's the only way you can await, for sure, just through an error. So when it runs, which is essentially either automatically or if there's a match, it does this matching process. I get confused with this. It's kind of cool, but it's based on the hash. The window location .hash is the
show people how that works. I should create some documentation for it here. But thinking this through, it like when it runs, it creates a console group that wraps the whole test, and if it's synchronous, anything that happens in that test function gets properly console logged into the group, and so it makes these nice little expandable, collapsible console groups. But if it's async, it jumps out of there, and I'm trying to think if there's a way to... Well, the first question is, do you want anything, like, if you detect it's async, does this even run? That's the first question. Does this even run? I think it does, immediately and automatically, right? Well, let's see, console.log before. And then we rerun it. Yeah, so this happens inside and automatically, and then we await, and it goes on and runs test 2, and then later it throws. I mean, it doesn't throw. I thought it would. It was more after here. Happens outside of the second group, outside of both groups, and at a later date when the app is ready. So, also, I'm just thinking through the socket thing. And when it comes to the app being ready, like this is something that we might want to use, right? Like, what if we do something like, let's do a big block, and no, get out of here. Don't want that. I just want a place to write some shit here. App.use socket, and then app.ready gets rebuilt with app.ready plus socket.ready. I mean, that's a kind of a nice, simple little system, but it might be really confusing. Like, how does anyone know what happens when app.uses socket? You're like, it would have to, and I've thought about this use method before of just like a basic integration where it's, it's like registering something to be used with something else. And really anything could happen in there, but the basic concept here is that it's essentially just a single event kind of chaining where the socket ready and app ready get linked up with each other, and that's not entirely obvious that if you're going to use something that should automatically happen. I don't know, like should the socket try and get ready before the app is ready? That's what we're trying to do, but is that what you want as like a default behavior of this app.use method? I don't know about that. And so I think all that shit I deleted from the app about checking the local host and setting up the socket if it's dev mode, maybe that could go, I don't know. Should that be... I don't think you can do conditional imports, like importing a dev app if we're in dev mode. That's actually kind of a cool way to do it, but using a condition to switch a class, and it is kind of like a big mode change, and in a way it's cool because you could switch a whole bunch of shit with one line of code. Go from the app to the dev app. But that also means you have duplicate code. Either one should extend the other, or... Yeah, I mean, that could work. So this is like conditional instantiation. Let's get into Notion real quick. Conditional instantiation. So instead of app.js producing new app, it checks some condition, like is URL have localhost in it, and can optionally use new dev app. Essentially is kind of the idea here. And do you need to import both of them? Sort of, or you need to do like a conditional lazy load. I don't think you can put an if statement
above. I don't think you can put an import statement inside of a conditional. Well, let me try it. Fuck. Where's the best place to put this? Let's just put it up here. If true console.log true. Go back, refresh. Oh, that works. Interesting. Let's ask ChatGPT if it has any idea. Is it a bad idea to put conditional logic around import statements? If condition import app from app.js, else import app from dev app.js. Must be at the top level. Well, let me do it. Or did it? Maybe it was just because, like, alright, if dev equals, I guess it's true now, so if dev, then import app from framework/app.js and escape else import app from dev app. Whoops. Dev app, otherwise app. Alright, this there it doesn't exist, but let's see if it'll even try. Unexpected identifier app at line 444 import. This should work. So I think it is true that you can't have import statements inside. So you can put a statement above an import, but it can't be inside a conditional. So, well, let's back up and think this through. How do we get the app.ready to wait for any number of things, like sockets and requests and loading shit and whatever? I think this might be a pretty common thing, to load a bunch of shit conditionally, essentially, is kind of what we're talking about here, and then make sure it's ready. So the problem is that if you were to add, you could use like a promise.all for this ready and have a whole bunch of things, but like the promises all have to be created at the time that ready promise is created. The ready promise is like the event system. It stores a list of the callbacks essentially, and so it has to be created early enough that people can hook into it, and which is basically right away, right? Like this thing gets initialized, auto initialized, and automatically creates this ready property. And yeah, it's like any conditional promises, and like to have a variable list of promises and to use with promise.all. I don't know if that's easy. I think the easiest way might be to like add onto it, where maybe you just do it manually like this, like app.ready equals app.ready then your thing. Or in the case of it already having a promise, so let's see if this would work. Where was my little snippy here? What if we say app.ready equals promise.all? Yeah, thank you. That was fucking awesome. That's basically it though. We don't need it then. It's essentially just remap app.ready to essentially resolve once its former self is ready and this new thing is ready. It sort of just delays the resolution. I think that works. Not 100% on it, but I think that works. And so let's see here. I Well, what if somebody's already listened to app.ready at this point? This point is we've already imported the app. Well, on this page, on this index.js page, nothing else is, the thing through the life cycle of these modules, it's like it could potentially get imported to another file. I think I gotta think that shit through later. Trying to think if there's ever a time where this rewriting this app.ready is going to backfire. It might not be a good idea in a lot of cases, but let's save this real quick and reload this just so we have our at least something going here. Is the app ready? Well, so what happens when I try and code more questions than answers. I don't really need the socket to be ready before the page runs. But building in the socket to the app doesn't seem like a bad idea. For example, just auto-connecting the socket if we're on localhost. Couldn't that happen in like the app.js? I don't know if doing a conditional import statement like ChatGPT was saying is probably not what I'm looking to do, because I don't know. I haven't messed around with these a lot, but I feel like awaiting imports like this is it doesn't look or feel good. It is generally what I'm trying to do. Check the localhost thing and either use one app or another. But that could just be a big headache of having... Because like, look at how complex this app.js is. It's already got a million little things, and so if I start having to... Well, let's say I add a new dependency that's kind of built into this bundle, then I have to add it here, and then go over to dev app.js and add it in two more places. And I'm not sure if that's the right idea. Also, just thinking through the order of operations, I feel like on any page when you're importing the app, to have the app automatically await its ready state, it precludes you from being able to do anything before it initializes. And like, it initializes and then waits till it's ready before it even exports itself, which is maybe sometimes good, but maybe sometimes bad. Like, it doesn't... If you're importing, then basically on any page you're using this app, you can't do anything beforehand. I mean, that's sort of what it's doing. So, well, if you were to just import the app class, but then you have to do what app.js is doing. You have to import the actual app class and then create a new app and maybe do app.ready, and now you have full control over it, full visibility of like what's happening and when. Basically nothing happens when you first import all the things. Nothing happens, and then you're calling the new app and awaiting it and whatever. And so you could separate those two things out, where you create the new app and call some methods on it, and then await the ready. It doesn't have to be one chain. In fact, maybe it shouldn't. Like, this is the equivalent of const app equals window.app equals new app, and then await app.ready. Because essentially this is just a one-liner for this, creating the thing and assigning it. It works a little bit differently in the order in which it happens, but essentially I think those are the two main things that are happening there, and are roughly equivalent. This one gives you a little bit more control over, like, you could do something here, like app dot config or something. I'm not sure if that's really necessary. The auto initialization thing that I was talking about earlier, I was thinking about trying to do app.initialize or like, basically make the user manually call it. But I don't know if that's necessary. I think auto initializing is fine unless you really need to break it down. And I mean, generally, I'm definitely overthinking all these things, but I'm trying to think of it in a way that's like, it's going to be a good base system for anyone to build anything. These components, I completely forgot what these do. I think, yeah, they're saving and loading. This was pretty cool. I think I got it to work. I think I'd probably fire it up in this one and explore a little bit. I'm trying to remember exactly what this was doing. The file.ready stuff, this is very vaguely familiar. I think this was something I only worked on once. And components. I think this was like an extendable class that you're supposed to be able to create pretty much anything that has, well, it can be set on a parent that saves all its data to a file, or it has its own file. I forget how that was working. I should really check those out because I think it was working actually quite well, and or at least worth taking a look at. But right now I need to try and focus on how this app class is going to work, because it is the most fundamental thing to the whole system. And part of me is leaning towards we need a system for doing asynchronous actions, both parallel and in series, that might be a little bit more like a compositor. What was that guy? Shader Frog? Shaderfrog.com has a big old editor. Well, there was any one of these, I think. Oh, here we go. Edit. That one doesn't have a very big. There were a whole bunch by him. What is this? Holy fuck, there's a lot. I didn't really... Were these here yesterday? I don't remember these being here. There was, This is wild. I'm trying to figure out what's going on. Well, it's a compositor and you can pipe things around. The guy's site was posted on the game dev, this one. So I clicked on something in here. This is the screenshot. I don't know if I actually loaded this one or just saw it, but the compositor here is like this big wiry mess of inputs and outputs and sliders and stuff, and those are cool. And part of me is thinking like, I think the compositor is a little bit too disorganized, and it helps in a way, but it also kind of makes it look crazy and chaotic and not necessarily all that helpful. I think having lists of things and like log files that are just like more like the console log that I was just working with is probably better. But in terms of initializing the app, getting the app.ready to wait until all the things are ready, I think is a pretty useful and should be pretty simple to do. But adding in a new thing, I don't know. If you have a bunch of plugins and you're trying to like just chuck them onto the app and just hope that it works, that could be useful, but it could be really tricky. I mean, if it works properly, it could save a lot of time. You just like, once you pass in the app, then it all just works. I think that's in theory how a lot of systems try and set things up, and then it's never that easy. You have to configure stuff, and you can't abstract away all of the decisions. But you should be able to toggle things on and off, and yeah, that's what I was saying over here. Not this one per se, but sort of this minimalism and toggleability, mode switching, toggle on and off. So could there be, as part of this configurator, toggleator. Toggle gator. So it's basically a compositor with actions, sub-actions, toggles, logs, etc. All the things you might want. And the app is essentially a toggle gator. It's like coordinates a bunch of things using events. And hopefully in like this abstract kind of hookable way, like using standardized events. So like initialization, ready. That's pretty much it. Maybe a configure something in there, but and then like life cycle stuff, like changes, reloads, sessions. I don't know. That part I haven't thought through all the way, but creating. So the promises are kind of like this hard-coded. They're like events, and they sort of work, and they have like this one-off feature with them, which is interesting. Some people swear by them. I think they're kind of confusing and like a kind of, I don't know if I'd say they're bad. I like the async stuff. I think maybe the fact that they only resolve once prevents the program from blowing up easier. Essentially, you can't have, well, yeah, when you await something, you can't refresh it unless you call the whole thing, you create a new promise and you do it all over again. I don't know, that actually seems like it'd be wasteful or like a memory leak or something, but what do I know? Can we create a event system for the app so that, well, you know, I was just thinking the event system, I could render out all the events. And so instead of well, could you await an event? That's kind of what I was just saying. Is like, it's not really an event. An event is something you can trigger more than once. Now, for a single event, like a ready state, it's sort of like, first it's not ready, and then once it's ready, it's not, you know, you don't fire the, that's sort of what initialize almost means. It's like, do it once when we're initially ready and not again. And the ready almost seems like an event where it's like, it'll go unready, and then when it's ready again, you can just wait for, so it's essentially just a standard queue to be like, next time you're available, please do this thing. It's kind of what it sounds like to me, but I don't know if I'm ready to rename everything for a slight differentiation of timing, and I'm not really even sure what exactly I'm thinking is the problem here. But doing the socket on this page is already kind of broken, and getting, I don't see, I think having the import delayed by the await in there, like awaiting really awaiting anything, but in particular the window ready to resolve the app in here might be a bad idea. But I could run with it until it becomes a bad idea. I mean, I do kind of like how you don't have to await here, because it's sort of built in. I never really thought about that before, because I was always assuming you had to await here, but so maybe it's good. Maybe we use that as a feature, and maybe the socket is just part of this app.js for now, because it's the simplest way to do it. And it could go something like, well, could this be the conditional import, or do we just, I do think checking if we're on localhost is good, because once it goes to Firebase, then I don't need the socket. It doesn't mean anything. Although that could change in the future. I could I could essentially connect the lou42.com, the live public website, to my local socket. I don't know if there'd be some sort of security issue there. I could test that out. But if I could, then I could generate stuff on my local machine. Potentially from like, more real-time, up-to-date data that comes from like a Firebase thing that's live and not local. I don't even know if, developing local just seems like a bad idea. Just do it on the freaking thing and make sure you have backups and stuff. But I don't know. So, where was I here? I was going to try and get the socket to go into this app.js. I think this socket.js here is actually not even necessary. Let's do a quick search. So we search the whole thing. Find in folder socket.js. We don't need to replace it right now. Wait, what? What are these? It's saying these are in some sort of Firebase hosting cache. The fuck are you doing with my code, Firebase? I'm gonna ignore that for now because I don't feel like dealing with it. But yeah, basically the sockets are, well, whatever. I mean, it's like I don't want to break this, but I don't actually care that much about it. I don't like the idea. It's just not, it's not working real well right now. So let's just get rid of this. And import, can I control Z that? That's cool. I basically just want this part. Control copy. Well, let's just copy this whole thing so I don't forget what it's doing. And then delete. Yes. And then an app.js. I think we want to just import socket from, well, here. Import socket from this folder. I think that would work. I think that's actually where it should be. Are relative imports better for all of these? Why am I using absolute import here? I don't actually remember. I think it's something to do with if you nest the thing at a different spot, then the relative ones would probably always work better, or I don't know. Or maybe this is just more specific. Maybe I go with relative imports again. I don't know. I feel like there's a trade-off that I've gone back and forth on that, but here let's just see if we just create a new socket, I guess. If let's go into this old app because it was app copy. Here's the old app. Is dev. It's just this little expression here I'm looking for. Control copy, go back to app.js. If we're on localhost, then new socket. But then we need to do the whole thing. So, well, so here's our thing, right? I think I can do a constant here. Socket equals new socket, and then app.ready equals promise. There we go. Thank you. Forget the use thing. Just gonna do this manually. I think doing things manually and then thinking through a system is better. Doing it manually first and the system later. So here we can do well, we need the else, and this is just, wait, no, we don't need the else. I think that's it, actually. See if that works. I think that's pretty simple, actually. Made possible by that slight deviation in from the one-liner to the where's the goddamn website? Was it this one? I don't remember. Why is this one so big and over here? Let's see if we can go half and then console. Where's the frickin' inspector? Really? This is loof42.com. It's the wrong site, but I'm just going to close this. So confusing. Let's just close this crap and stop having so many tabs open. I really hate doing this because I lose shit that I might have wanted, but if I don't just close out all the tabs, I mean, why not? If that's my intention, why not just right click and close all windows? Boom. Leave site. Fine. Then open one and go back to localhost. Alright. Can we please get the console? We don't need this so big. And alright, sockets are now. Wait, but I wanted to go back to app. No, framework, app. Okay, whoops. Whoa, framework / app. I hit tab and it just disappeared. Socket, index, app, index. We're not doing this one anymore. Refresh, socket connected. All right. So the app is now doing the socket, only if we're local host, hopefully. This whole performance thing in the socket doesn't need to be there. I think the socket, yeah, this is a freaking mess, but we're going to ignore this for a minute. We're going to get rid of the performance now. So I'm not trying to be all precise. All right. All we really want from that right now is the live reload. I mean, I could go through it and start chopping it up, but I want to try and figure this out. So getting a better look for each page is actually really important, and also getting a directory potentially. If I could directorize the framework, then all the pages could load the same kind of navigation system. So I was doing that up here. Let's see if we can find directory.json. It basically just turns all the files and folders kind of in real time into a JSON tree. It's kind of redundant, but I just broke it out into all the parts. And there's the server.mjs system that in any folder with my IDX, it looks for the server MJS is sort of like a configuration, and I just set up this directorized thing to do it. It would probably work for me in the short term. It's not really like if I'm going to try and get other people to use the thing and like understand what's going on. I don't know if I'd have to work through. I'd have to get the IDX system working for other people, and I don't know if it would. Like it's barely working for me, and well, so do I want to try and start working on that stuff? It's already 2:30. I kind of think cleaning this, just kind of getting this to bare bones basics, and maybe I create different versions of the framework where I've thought about doing this, where it's like maybe it's framework /0, and then inside there I put like this minimal version of it all, and then start trying to build from there to like a version 1. That gets crazy and almost not worth it. Like relying on version control to keep track of the versions is maybe better, but for a learning experience, it's actually a pretty useful thing to do, because like learning a 27 line file is a lot easier then so I should, in events, and I think I'd have export base. So then in app, I can import See, the problem with using events as the class for everything is that it has an initialization, a different initialization process. This instantiate creates an events object. That's really the only thing it's doing, but it's slightly different than the other base class. And creating an extra object for literally everything, if you're going to have thousands of views that don't need the events, then using this is not necessarily the best idea. You could always create an events object as a property of anything. I was just thinking, should the view class extend the events class so that then the view can have its own events? And I think I did that at one point and then went back because it was just, not as simple as the alternative. All right, so I'm looking to pare this down and get it a lot simpler. I could create a folder for... I don't think this is necessary. I think that's way better just like that. But creating a little page that kind of explains, do I want to create some tests? Well, I have this and this. Can I control copy, go into base and paste, index, and we got the imports, and we don't need this. And we don't really need this. This is create an instance. This would be const base equals new base. And I don't really need to test things. I don't think I even have assertions set up right now. That's not really the point. We want to go back to base. We probably can just manually directorize, or maybe I try and get that working in a second. Could use a custom font here, but can I nest these? I know I was trying to make it nestable. I think it'd be cool, but create an instance with overrides. This does not have to be asynchronous. I think that was a wild goose chase that wasn't necessary. Is that actually a character, or was that autocomplete suggestion? Well, I don't need this part. It's pretty damn smart though. It's actually, it's doing what it should in kind of a crazy suspicious way. And then base.method. And then you can so I could write a little comment here that basically just says object properties are assigned to the instance. See base.js line 7 comma 13. Can you stop doing that?
And then you can extend class. Is that a real quote? What the fuck? It's so confusing. It's like text editor just making shit up and removing shit and adding it back so fast. It's so class test extends base. Yeah, like what is it even doing there? It's weird. We want I don't think you should override constructor. Do you need commas here? I forget. How could I forget that? Where is my app? No, you don't. I don't think so. So I could create a little note in here and say there are problems when let's just say overriding a constructor when you can't call methods before calling super, and that means you are quite limited in terms of like order of operations. So like it'd take way too long to explain this, and I don't actually fully remember exactly how it works. I'd have to test it all out, but this dot initialize. Well, so it's like do something and then super. Can't access this before calling super. That's basically the gist. So if you wanted to like, it's just a strange limitation that shouldn't be there. So, but documenting all the things that I know, I don't know if like, is that worth putting it in there? It's a good question. I mean, these are getting a little messy. It's not necessarily jiving with it, but maybe I should be consistent and do this, but putting spaces in there does kind of help it breathe a little bit. I mean, this should all be pretty clear, but, you know, it's actually a little confusing. I mean, why
why remake the whole system? Well, it's basically because of this little limitation here. And so if you look at the base class, it's essentially constructor goes into instantiate. Basically is the order of function calls, and it is a little much, but I think there's good reason for it, so I'm gonna go with it for now. Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna create a class that, well, it's way easier to drop something in to initialize and not worry about what you're overriding if it's empty. Like if it's empty, then it's just kind of free to be. It's just a slot to put some code, and you can override it easily. So if you build your code, again, this is probably like a pre-optimization that you'll figure out a way around. But I do like the idea of having it empty in the base class. Initialize is just an empty method that does get called. You don't have to define anything. It'll just be an empty function call, but it's there that gets called automatically. So if you want to you don't have to well, if I override this, then it's not going to call it. And test equals new test, sure, but I don't actually need to override it here. It's not the point. What the fuck is going on here? Oh my god, what is this? Which characters are real and which ones are not? It's so confusing with just code popping up everywhere. All right, new test, and then, well, from that new test, you should see that called automatically. Yeah. Basically it. And well, so the view is pretty complex, and simplifying this, I've gone around in circles on renaming things and configuring it differently. Documenting this is going to be a bit of a trick because there's a lot of little things, but I could get started. I basically just copy and paste these two, right? Copy, paste, and then I was just realizing that I didn't actually manually import the thing that I was testing. It was just already there, which is, I guess, fine. A little confusing, but I don't need all these things all the time, by the way. But I guess it works. It doesn't hurt anything. All right, so these are all old, and now we gotta flip over to view, and wait, what? I didn't save it. There it goes. And then view dot text, and then test
Create using helper. All right, so here is where L div text content, I guess. Why is that there? Yeah, I like that. Whoa, whoa. Oh man, it's gone. I was gonna use that. Wait, what? Give me a break, guys. Do I tab it? Yeah, and then tab again. Okay, what the fuck? Sure, why not? About this is a div. It's gonna change all these, but whatever. Well, so maybe we just remove this for a second. So just do one thing at a time. It's basically the exact same thing. We do attribute. It's a good attribute. So let it tell me one. What is a good attribute? No suggestions now, computer. Let's ask ChatGPT. What's a good HTML attribute example besides class that could be on a div? Oh, sure. We just swap the order because generally this is kind of a and then div.c 1, 2. This is a div. Yep, that's it. It figures the shit out. Kind of crazy how smart it is. Maybe it's alive. That would be an h1 class equals main heading.
Now, it's all good, but you got to maybe these go on top. Better. Just helps you see them a little bit more, like lined up better, or I don't know. But yeah, this the CSS. What the fuck? CSS is wait, what? What the fuck is going on here, man? There's some funky bullshit going on there. All right. How about L.C button big click me. All right, so CSS classes aren't really doing anything. It's just an example of how to use this little .c thing. Oops. Well, so creating documentation for this thing is like, there's a lot of formats, a lot of tools, and whatever. The .c extension method is, yeah. All right. All right. Um, so so here we have basically like div 1, 2, 3. Kind of annoying when it hijacks just the normal flow. I don't know. Do most people have wrapping turned on? I think like word wrap. Without it, these code comments go a little wonky, but so I already know how this all works. I'm spending all this time like documenting how my framework works for potentially getting other people to work with it, and I think it's worth doing, but it takes a lot of time, and I don't know. So, did I break something? Where did it go over here? There it is. How about a combo example? So if I append a function, what does that do again? Does it just call the function? I actually forget. Oh yeah, it does, but it captures it, which is kind of cool. So to exemplify, this one's going to stay red, so we'll do it here. For the third one, we'll do like we're going to do list.3.style heading left 1M. Boom, slides them over. I think if I do this one as an object, I actually forget how this works. If this one's an object that then has like name 3 and then children as a method, could just be a method here. Let's see what that looks like. And then 3.children.style. And then boom. Just fixed it. So that's kind of cool. Like creating documentation for all the different little things is something I could do. I could create little code boxes and make it look pretty and walk through just lots of examples of how to create different HTML structures with the simple shorthand append function. It's a pretty remarkably easy system. It could be customized a little bit, to add or remove, but it's not terrible. And well, I think it's quite powerful actually. The fact that you can use the function capturing stuff means that, well, it's exactly what's happening in all of these function blocks. It's like it's sort of just printing it, but it can do it in a nested way so that all these things get put into a child element here. And so div with class children has 3 divs inside of it. So it's good, it works, but it doesn't look great, and it's a little confusing. I'd have to like hold people's hand and really walk them through and kind of beg them to use it, because it's going to be different from what they're used to, and they might not like it. So the alternative is just make something cool with it, and then once people are like, whoa, that's cool, and how did you do that? And then you say, oh, it's my framework, and you can go check it out, it's free and whatever, then people might use it. So that's probably a better way to go. But like, yeah, and then else, nope. You can do conditional stuff in there. You can do for let, yeah. Boom. That's where the power shines, is that because it's just a JavaScript function, and it is sort of just printing it to the screen. You can do a lot of really cool conditional and loops and, whatever normal logic. Now, I mean, there's probably the way that it works, there's probably ways that it's going to collapse and not work so well. And there was actually one thing about the whole capture system that I think maybe it was like a double capture, like it would capture it on the wrong element first, append it to the wrong element, and then recapture it on the right element later, which would produce the right result, but like just could have some funky unintended consequences if you weren't careful. So it's not like a perfect system, but I think I would trust a website with it. It has worked for mine, I don't really have a website with it, but it's all my tests and stuff. Like, they don't usually break. Like, they're pretty freaking strong and robust, and I count on the thing to render shit out for a lot of different things, and so I think it's useful. I don't think the capturing system has broken in hardly any, if any, situations. So those function capturing, it's basically any function can be an element, and actually if you just chuck it in there to like append it to something, it'll be like, wait, we can't just append a function to an element. Let's turn this into a div and then see if there's anything inside of it that we can put in there. And so it's remarkably simple and remarkably powerful at the same time. If I could only convince anyone else of that, well, sort of slowly trying to move in that direction. It's 3 o'clock. Kids are going to be home soon. I'm kind of hungry. Hungry for some vodka. It's too early to start drinking, but man, this shit is stressful as fuck. I don't really like it. I need to get a break and just... Maybe I go to the gym today. Trying to remember if the kids have a bunch of errands, and if I think tomorrow is the day that I have to help out driving around. I was just looking at this append features ran. Also, the test, it's appending all these classes to this. That shouldn't be happening. I didn't realize that. Why is it doing that? Test class, test. I think I must add class. Add class. This dot name. Yeah, that we don't want that. What the fuck? Yeah, it's because I'm trying to add a class for the whole thing, but it basically needs to be. So I think we want test plus this dot name. Can I join this with? I think we want to split with it on a space and then join with a dash. It broke something. Or I just need to add the test class back to it. Plus space test. There we go. So I could remove test from this part and just have this dot name. It's like if I wanted to style one test separately, I'm putting the test name in like a hyphenated form on there, but it is a test and it ran. The ran is what was confusing me. Like, what the fuck does ran mean? And I think that just somewhere down here. If it runs, then I put ran on there. Add class ran. Problem is it hasn't run yet, but I think, was there some CSS for ran? Padding. It adds padding to the container. I think this has something to do with if it's not running, then it collapses. And so we only want padding on the containers that run. I think I had this set up with the body having like a background gray, so that then the body of the test is white. It's not necessarily always the best idea, because then you don't know if there's like white. I mean, there's always challenges there, but yeah, it does reload the page every time because, you know, it gives you a fresh console, which can often be useful. Sometimes it's not as useful, but this is a pretty basic starting point for a web framework. And, you know, the console logging is kind of cool. You know, if you're trying to build out like some structures and figure out why things are not working, you could like start from, you know, sort of like a worksheet. You can just start building out examples, testing stuff, and you can isolate each one by clicking on it if you don't want to run all of them at once. If you reset it, it runs them all, so you can just kind of scroll through and create little examples for yourself. And, you know, the logging system and turning on and off logging statements is a whole thing I've dealt with. I don't actually know how to use this all that well, or at least there's some features here that are not entirely clear how they work. I've definitely done a little bit with it, but it's confusing. Turning log statements on and off is important because if you start logging on like long loops and you just start spewing a bunch of stuff in here, it gets so big and so long that you can't read it. It starts changing so fast, and like, can't really give you a good example of that right now, but logging is tricky. Hopefully I can get this launched, published. So it'd be cool if I could, maybe I have to draw something up in Figma. If I could move from the home page here to, well, put like some sort of landing page. It's really what I was thinking earlier for all my like mastermind bullshit. If I could just do like a responsive landing page. Man, it's like, should I try and find Firebase people to help me? Because that's what I'm really struggling with right now. But honestly, Firebase is just such dog shit that I don't really want to invest in it. It's like, I might spend less time writing it all myself. And from somebody who's going really slow and spent 10 years not finishing shit, that's kind of a scary thing to say, but I hate digging through bullshit errors that don't help you out. It's so annoying. Like, and that's exactly what Firebase did all yesterday. I was like, did it finally get the... Okay, so the domain name is connected. I don't think we get certificate errors anymore. That's good. Yeah, HTTPS. Isn't that what it just said? Yep. Boom. There was something else, though, that I was kind of waiting on. It wasn't just a domain thing. It was like... Maybe it was mostly the certificate. But I thought there was some other contingency. So I have some user IDs here. I don't know. I think it's actually kind of a cool dashboard in some ways. There's way too many different styles here. There's like one logo, one of these with dividers, whatever the heck, you know, project shortcuts. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4 different styles of text so far. And now we have a few things that repeat clearly, you know, same size and whatever, but then here's a separate category. Now this matches this, that's good. This is the first reused, well, these are reused, I guess, but we're reusing this thing. Not really sure, I think these are just kind of section labels, but could be spaced better. Then these little drop downs are kind of cool, but why does it dim the whole thing? It's an accordion UI element. There's a bunch of shit in there. But then what is this? It's like, are these things in these things? Build, yeah, build, app check. So here's just a different list of all the things. But I mean, the way that this thing has apps within an app and like what the hell is going on is hard to say. It's really hard to say.
Man, I really want a beer or something. Fucking hell. I haven't eaten anything all day, which is probably part of it, but I don't know if I want to go do a late lunch thing right now again and then not be as hungry for dinner. It actually didn't work out bad yesterday because then I eat a smaller dinner and it kind of lasts longer where I'm not feeling as munchies later in the day. I wish I could get some clarity on what to do next for my site. I could jump over into Figma, and I'm kind of on the wrong. This is the only page from this whole month so far. I haven't been doing any design stuff because I've been dicking around with other stuff. We have March, April, and this was May, but this is all I got. Well, I guess we rename this here 2025, new page. Why is it so dark? Sheesh. Well, so I've done little Lou 42 mock-ups before. I do have a new logo that might be sitting around here somewhere. It's the little 42 thingy. It's probably just on another page in here if I had to guess. Let's see if we can find it. Take two. There it is. Oh, I thought there was a different one that was orange or something, but that one's kind of cool. Should I go with the red space theme for the website? I think it's a 2K image. It's easily stretched, but it doesn't really repeat. I could try and get the GPT to, or even the Midjourney to generate a tileable image. The problem with tileable like backgrounds is that either it has to be like generic where you can't see any seams, and then it's just like I can't have any like interesting stuff. It's almost like you need two layers. You need like a repeating layer and then some sort of real thing that's not repeating so it doesn't look so repetitive. Otherwise it's just going to look like a big washed out uniform thing. Well, so this is like an M, but when you turn it sideways it's a 42. I think it's kind of cool. I was thinking about putting this on the website. I don't know if going dark mode for the website's a good idea. I think, I don't know, is using this logo on like a lighter thing, we could make it primary color. That's kind of cool. This could be just like the logo and the menu button. Oops. Of a website. It's a little small. So Firebase does have a pretty decent, like, at least their docs. Their dashboard here is pretty cool. That's this one logged in, and then it has some interesting layout anyway. It's hard to navigate. It's kind of confusing. There's just way too much clutter and too many different styles of things. They need to like figure out what's most important and only show that. That's exactly what I need to do for my shit. This is pretty cool though. I like this. I don't know if it works. Doesn't seem to work at full width. Let's see if we can get well, I really just take a quick screen grab, throw it into Figma here. Why don't I flip back over here, paste this real quick, jump back over here, control cut, control paste, just so I have some kind of fresh working area. I guess we delete this. You know what that was. All right, so what color is the header? Does it matter? I don't know. Let's see. Do we need a header that's separate? Maybe. I don't mind it being white, actually. I kind of generally think that going with a light gray background in a lot of cases is a good idea because it offers you the chance to do... Well, so let's make this actual background quite a bit darker just to offset
this one we're making, and now we can do white cards. Whoops. I think we just use the F tool, but we have to add a fill. Okay. So we can do these white cards and kind of do different layouts with them. Create a little dashboard. Or you just have one main one, like they're kind of doing here. And then you could have like invisible slide outs or visible drawers that slide out. Sometimes this gets a little wonky. That could be like a full height kind of squeeze everything over type of a like user profile drawer or something. I've thought about a lot of different things that could be done, but like what works the best and whatnot is tricky. And you know, the coloring and like the layering is just, if I send this to back and click on this one and add a effect, the default effect is the drop shadow, which just gives you that underline there, but it's like a drop shadow, a faded, you know, as if there's light being cast on it, and it's creating, usually you want to tone these down a bit so that it's not as harsh, maybe blur it a little bit more so it actually gets bigger. It actually thins it out and fades it out, it gets lighter and bigger. And then you can like adjust the coloring on these things. There's literally infinite options for how to arrange them. Maybe an effect on this and more blur, and I don't know, you can throw it left and right so that you, like, some basic controls. With the drop shadow you can do a lot of cool stuff that's just very basic and simple. Oh, that's not what we wanted. I think more blur. Oh yeah, more blur, and then just drop it down. Okay. So now we have this like triple layered thing where it's very subtle effect going on there, but kind of cool at the same time. Now how this logo lines up with all the stuff, like do you have a logo list of, or icon list of things in here? I do have at some point, not so recently, I don't think. That's an interesting one. Let me just control copy this. Not sure what I was going with there, but it's got tabs on it. That's kind of cool. Oh boy. I don't know if I have what I'm looking for anywhere nearby. Don't think they're in here. What was I looking for? I just forgot. I was looking for, oh, the icon items. Could have been March. God, I forgot all about these. Ha! Yeah, those are cool. Those are actually really cool. All of them are badass as fuck. I posted a bunch of them in my Discord. Nobody seemed to care, so yeah. All right, so let's see here. I think it might be around here somewhere. Man, this is only a few months ago, but I like hardly even remember it. Kind of remember these. I definitely have clicked through this recently, but slow down. This one should go up here. Kind of vaguely remember these. I had some icon items. I think it must have been a different shouldn't this one be at the top? Wasn't it? Holy shit. There's a whole bunch of these that... Yeah, these are cool layouts. Okay. A lot of these are like less fleshed out than others, and I should move the big important ones to the top so I can find them. Here's a cool little workspace area. Kind of like how that looks. So that could be, I don't know, I don't think this is responsive, but it could sort of just go in here to replace
This, I think these, I mean, it could be responsive. I don't know why this stops there. This doesn't have anything to do with anything. But yeah, I mean, that's actually kind of a cool upgrade to the whole thing. Not gonna lie. Yeah, this is broken. I could try and fix it and make it like a real responsive layout. Probably should. This thing is just pissing me off. Whoops. Why is it all in here? Why? Then we don't need this one. But what is going on here? I'm so confused. I don't know how, like, how did I make such a bad layout? I don't understand, Michael. How did this come to be? I probably just started dragging and dropping shit. Can we auto layout this? No. These. Wait, why not? Jesus. Alright, so these three need to become one. These two can become one. Then if we auto layout this, hopefully it goes down. Yeah, we can do more padding up here. Can we get it to fill the space? I don't know if we really want to, or if we're just, oh shite. What is this? We want this to hug, I think, and then this, or should this fill? Then these have to fill. I think these should be able to fill. No, we broke it. Comment boxes aren't bad. These just kind of got effed. I think before it was 3 random heights, and so these 3 need to, well, this whole thing can go to fill. All right, there we go. Much better. And now this should work. Wah, 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 wah. That's a good layout. Fuck yeah. Okay, so chuck this into here. Does this have a background? It has 2 of them. We don't need those. We kind of want to just smush this. And it's not even in there, I don't think yet. There it goes. Now it jumps in there. Whatever. So, yeah, if I had a badass website, people might listen to me. So how do I turn my framework into pages that are look badass like this? It's going to take some time. It's going to take some design. It's going to take some focus. And I have time. Don't seem to have much focus anymore. But building a UI kit probably wouldn't be that hard. Building a brand. Turning on my camera and being like, hey, dudes, come help me, because I'm going to make billions and I need some help so that I don't shoot myself first. Kids are going to be home any minute. 3:30. Could try and go for a run or something. I was going to maybe send Bob an email. Maybe I'll do that tomorrow. I don't really want to call it and throw in the towel. I feel like there's still, you know, a lot of hours left in the day, but so part of the problem I was just experiencing is writing those tests and like commenting the code. It's kind of sufficient almost just in the code, like just run the code and look at what happens. Now it looks a little rough, and just creating some, you know, importing a font could go, you know, do wonders. Does the web support variable width or variable weight fonts yet? Like, can you import one variable font that, and then set the weight to? Usually, if you want 3 different weights, you have to import 3 different fonts, and that's crazy. Or at least a lot more data. So the whole content styling is tricky, and I could kind of just
run with it and figure out how to make it work. But well, so I kind of have to think through the pages. In fact, that's sort of like web development 101. What are the things? We got the framework. We got maybe streaming stuff or a blog. What else could I put on my site? Maybe log in or whatever, but I don't know if that goes in the same list of like things. Topics like the web OS, like mastermind. Whoa. Mastermind. I don't need to make a mastermind. A company is a mastermind, right? Better Discord, but the social network. I mean, the logging in is, it's like, this is it. We're making the fucking social network step by step. These are obviously way too big. Don't need to be black. Maybe something like this and bring them down. I could even make them smaller probably, but it's a pretty big navigation area. Probably get some icons for those, or I don't know. It's not driving with me, but it's not bad, and it's a hell of a lot better than it is now. That's for damn sure. But that question of like, what does the thing look like and what goes where? It's not an easy one. The basic layout is. I think having a library of usable layouts like this is one, and there's lots of different ways, and I've done this a bunch of times. Here's another one, where with like a secondary bar. I mean, that's kind of what you need is you need the you could have these. Well, let's just print these. Whoa, these are not an auto layout. Oh my God! Click, enter, Shift A, Control copy, Control paste. Move this over here. K to scale. Bring it down. Stretch it out. Send it this way. Hug the width. Spread the words out. The spacing is auto, I think. Is that what we want? I mean, that's. I think either way, whether you're using padding, or setting the padding, or setting the spacing, I don't think it really matters. That's way too big. We don't want to waste all the space. I think I need to drag this thing in. But I don't like how they're spaced. I don't know, it feels like it's off. Like there's way too much. Is the space the same? Well, let's measure it. Here to here. And here to here, about the same. And here, it's about the same. So maybe it's just my brain. We can definitely tighten these up by dragging this, because I changed it. Why don't I just set it? Whoops. Why doesn't this work? I wanted it to adjust padding this way. Well, we need to hug. That's why. And then we adjust padding. Wait, what? We adjust padding this way. There it goes. It unlinked itself. I guess that's the same. Maybe it's just the size of the words that are so different that it looks kind of imbalanced. But it's not terrible. And then putting like little arrows on there for drop downs is not a bad idea. You could do shape tool. Where's the shape tool, guys? There. Polygon. So usually is it Control E? Yeah, to flatten it, and then you can just wedge it around and scale it down and put it. So I'm going to put it here, then Shift A, and then scaling it in place with the right layout is sometimes a good idea. This one should be hug with much less padding. Shift V to flip it upside down. Click one of these horizontal or be vertically centered. Bring it way down. Isn't this fun? More padding. Make it black. I could use my my background color here to soften it a little bit. That looks pretty badass. I've been creating all these designs, but like getting them on a website where people can see them, that's gonna be the fun part. And then people are gonna start joining my shit like crazy. I mean, I don't have that much content to have like triple navigation, but I might start or keep adding shit and have to figure out what goes where. I'm not really feeling this sidebar here. I just chucked that away. This is definitely huge. It's a 4,000 pixel thing, so like it's wider than my giant monitor. If I were to zoom in, this is 100% about here. So that's pretty big. Doesn't need to be that big. How many pixels is this? 55. Mine is 126. It's not framed properly. These could all be, I'll just center them both. I don't know if that's going to work properly. We kind of need to scale, at least the logo needs to scale down to fit better, I think. Whoa, not scale on that one. The 76, 72, it's a lot better. Maybe I don't know, it doesn't have to be too small. It's the smaller it gets, the harder it is to see. You could also go like in here instead and get big. That could be cool, but I think it's better to have it small. It's just sort of like a little thing up there. I do think maybe this could even go in here, and then they're all spaced evenly. Why are these centered? Because I centered them. Why is this? This is definitely too close, but like, I don't know if that's what I want. I feel like these need to get smaller now, and the alignment is not centered that way. All right, let's try and smush all the text down a little bit. And then this one could tighten up. And then the whole thing just slides over. I don't know. Depends on the alignment in here, I think. That's kind of nice. Doesn't really, I don't know, the Lu 42 thing is, I don't know, the 42 is not particularly apparent, but maybe that's cool. Kind of interesting to look at whether it's, you realize it's upside down 42 or not. So yeah, I mean the framework, like creating documentation for it is kind of useful. It is a link, like it's just a page, and well, this is the problem, it's not yet. It's just a page and the thing. So on the home page, let's do a very quick, I mean, one little step in the right direction at a time is always a good thing, right? Let's go to the index.js, and we have all this auth business, but either at the top or bottom, maybe we go, well, can we do a nav bar? We just drew this all out, why not set it up? Well, getting images in there is usually a pain in the butt, but let's, do I want a small one or a big one? Let's duplicate this. Let's maybe double the size and then have it shrink itself down. This is really zoomed in. This is 100%. Maybe we just do something like this. Export, ping. Let's go Figma export and then new folder. No. New folder. Blue 42com. This is kind of the thing I've been calling it. M logo. And then, well, so we actually needed to save that in not documents, Figma export, Lu42com. Should I copy it? I guess I could copy it. I don't like having duplicates of things generally, but C code Lu42com, public assets. New folder. This is going to be a pain in the butt, but let's do that. Assets image. And then I could have the image folder in the root, but these little decisions drive me crazy. So back to the code. We don't need this bullshit. Let's just get rid of it. I don't think I need to await the app. I think it does that automatically now. And then it's doing the socket automatically. The Firebase stuff is whatever. We just want a div.c header. Let's just call it a top bar. It's on top, it's a bar. And inside we have a logo. Whoa, it was trying to do this for me. Yeah, something like that. I don't need an H. I don't really want to display. I don't know, should I? At the beginning, maybe I should say lu42.com right here. Just because. Come on, who's doing these layouts? They're fucking dummy here. This is left aligned. This should be an auto layout. I just don't feel like switching it now. But this could say lu42.com. In fact, can you get rid of this? This is now double wrapped. Can we get this in there? I'm surprised that worked. That was crazy. Maybe this one goes a little bolder. I don't really like how it looks, but these maybe just need to get smaller. Or maybe these need to shift A, move them out. Should be an auto layout, but scale them down. Oh, come on, really? Maybe the typography. Okay, it sucks. Even though there's a frame in there, this is nice. It's doing like its color abstraction. It's hard for me to explain, but it's doing something cool here. That's not 18. Is it really? It just feels so small. I don't want to make it that smaller. Well, I kind of want this to be, I don't know if I want this middle aligned, because then it's misaligned with the Lu42 part. I think both of these need to be text aligned. This is an auto layout. This is an auto layout. These two, if we auto layout these, did it just auto? I don't think it did. I think I go in here, and then does this help? Oh no! Why? Why is that? I have no idea. I have no idea. I thought maybe I was gonna be able to text align these. Maybe they have to all be in the same box. I don't know why they're so. Is it wrapping? It's not wrapping. I just text align baseline. It didn't actually do it. It didn't actually fix anything. Well, I'm gonna back up. Control Z. I'm just gonna leave it and just nudge this thing down a little bit. I gotta redo it in code anyway, so it's probably all change. It's just if I were to stream my website, I'd want people to be able to see the URL better. In fact, I could then go full screen with it and not have to Um, so like if I'm at the framework page, for example, then this could change to so that if only this were an auto layout, so that it's sort of got the URL. Oh wow, OBS just said it reconnected. Yeah, you guys see that alert? That's crazy. What happened, YouTube? Whatever. Then the URL of the current page is displayed kind of front and center. It doesn't have to be, but if I were to go full screen mode, for example, then... But this is kind of rough, and isn't this what the UI is supposed to do? If you're on the framework page, then it lights up or puts, you know, so Firebase has these little underscore lines. It's not a bad way to go. How come this run triangle is facing up? Is that how it... Maybe I was hovering it when I... That's really wild. Let me go see what this looks like. They spin around, so I must have been like... It must have been in transit when I pushed print screen. It's kind of crazy. I'm getting really hungry. Fuck. God, this is just... There's so much stuff going on. It's kind of well organized in one sense, but there's just so many little pop-ups and alerts and different text styles. It has a pretty decent hierarchy where it's like this is really big and this is really small, and like it's not terribly hard to scan, but and then there's some decent layout spacing around it. But one thing that's really confusing is like, okay, we're at Firebase, and is that Firebase this Firebase? Like obviously it is, but like if I click on each one, do they go to the same spot? Unclear. And it could be like, and then documentation. So this is docs. So Firebase, docs, JavaScript, API reference is I think just this reference link here. But don't have like the same thing all over the place if it's not clear how it works, I think. Hello? What's up? I don't know, I'm kind of feeling like a run is a good way to kind of just clear my brain, and maybe when I come back to this after a run, then it makes, you know, more sense. And I could do a secondary toolbar. I mean, this one shouldn't be that hard to code out real quick. I was kind of in the middle of it. I could run with this for a minute. Let's see what we can do. We need to get the actual thing previewing over here. So this is where the whole theme thing comes in, and it's like, so I'm importing the app from the framework, and what I could do is create framework app. I could create a copy of this one where I then can load all the things that I want, like, well, site-wide stuff. So if I'm going to import this one, rather than doing it here, well, this is relative. So this is what happens when you get to these relative things. If I put this in a different place, it might break it, but let's see. Would this be an asset? I think maybe new file. What if we just called this, well, maybe it's app.js. It's a little confusing to have a third app.js, but that basically is what it is. I just copied all the code from there. So, and this would have to be slash framework slash socket, I think. And then here, instead of importing this from framework app, we just nix the framework and pull it in from app. And so essentially I've just overridden the framework. And, or I mean, I didn't override it in a strict sense. I'm doing the same thing by duplicating all the code, which is not necessarily a good idea. It might be a better idea to import the class and extend it or whatever, but it's kind of a quick and dirty way to you know, have some reusability. Still haven't really thought this through. If I could get this app.js down to like one line of code, maybe one line of imports, one export line that does everything, and then when you duplicate it, you are copy and pasting it, but you're copying and pasting just a really limited amount of things. So let's see if we can figure this out. App.js could also maybe render some. I don't think the app's ready to be. May or may not be ready. I might have to await it and then render something like rendering templates. Still haven't figured all this shit out. Figuring out what goes where is a big part of the problem. Let's see. Index. Why was I putting app here? There was a reason why I wanted to override this. And this is not localhost. I should test this on localhost. And this is not working. Oh, it's because I wanted to do... I'm just going to throw this in here for now. We can rearrange this later. New file, lou42.css. And then, what? No, this goes in public for sure. Yes, please. And then, I think we just want view.stylesheet for, no, just slash lou42.css. I think that's what we want. Don't think it's going to work yet. We need to fix this. Let's just do top bar. I'm just going to say it's a top bar. Saved it. Reload. Signed in. We got a top bar. Okay, so on lou42 CSS, we want body background gray. Boom. Then we want... Well, so that base CSS that I had somewhere. Where was it? Oh, here. Something like this isn't a bad idea. Let's just copy and paste this for now. This isn't, I'm hacking stuff together because I don't want to make the decisions about what goes where and how to do it properly. But I like that a little better. We can get rid of this one now. All right. Top bar, background is white, sure, border bottom, why not, I could do a box shadow, but it actually kind of doesn't look terrible. We could then bring in the logo. Oh, so we probably would const top bar. Setting these equal to actual variables is probably not the best way. These probably should be properties of the app or something. So it'd be like app.topbar. I could change that in a second. Logo. Yep, definitely an image. And I guess we'll just go with this for a second to see what it looks like. And then we want attribute source and slash asset slash image slash mlogo.png, I think is what it is. Boom. So we don't need
Daddy, can you play Marvel Rivals together again?
Right now?
Mm-hmm.
I'm working on something.
When?
Oh, it's not supposed to be there. I don't know. Later, when I can't work anymore.
You do know.
When my brain stops working.
When your brain stops working?
Yeah, my brain likes to stop working sometimes. So the image is the logo. Yeah, you could play it. So I think we can just say logo. Or maybe it should be the top bar logo, but what is the... I think... Let's play with the styles. If I say width 100 pixels, okay, it doesn't break. Or if I say height like 30 pixels, doesn't stretch it, is basically what I'm trying to say. And then I think this does have padding that it doesn't need to have, or at least not as much. Alt and the down arrow can nudge this value a little bit. Alright, I think that's alright. So this is 0.5, and then I think I said the height was 30 pixels. Clicking on it could be a link to the home page. Yeah, so building out the navigation for the website is a bit of a trick. So I am streaming. I don't think anyone's watching. I'm just talking out loud. It helps me think. What are you eating? What is it?
Something?
I haven't eaten anything yet. I'm actually really hungry. I have this little protein bar here. I think it's kind of old, but maybe I'll eat it anyway. Can't be that old, right? It's not all melty. Yeah, so should I make this a landing page? Let's run with that for a second. So now I have this title bar. Probably just, oh, my logo wasn't in there. Nice. Can we please make this an auto layout? That's way too big. Is that how big it was over there? No, it's just a different size. 72 and 50. So we just need some padding. Something like that. Doesn't really matter for now. What I was wondering is if I could make a I have somewhere a video placeholder that would just generally be a triangle. Play button. So you can just center it. Make this not too big, but make this oh, it could actually go this and then crank down the, oh, this is the background? I'm confused. Why did this disappear? What is this? Is this of the background though? Where is the... I want... I need this fill to be... Whoops. Yeah, that's the one. There we go. Hello?
Hello.
Could have just gone with, whoops. Where the... Where's my primary? I didn't bring that over yet? Hey, quit yelling around! Bro. is not available. Oh my god. So it could either be like this or like this. Oh, that's too hard on my eyes. I don't like that. It does kind of grab your attention more. So a landing page with, it's really just the video and the sign up button. I don't really know what that needs to look like, but it's essentially just a logo. Hello?
Can you help me open the orange juice?
I don't know. Are you supposed to be opening the orange juice? Why? What is that from or for?
I don't know. There was more orange juice in
It's
the
sort of like
basement.
soda. You can't just go and drink as much of it as you want.
It's healthy though. Please.
It's healthy, like a little healthy in small doses. But how much of that are you planning to drink? And who's going to drink it? And how
Just
much
like
are you?
1 cup.
I don't like being the food police. You guys need to learn how to.
Be careful because I already tried opening it, so it might leak.
I already tightened it before I would shake it.
Oh.
That stuff is high sugar. It's like eating candy. And so, well, I really enjoy orange juice. It's probably is pretty good for you, but
It's only It's only orange juice with no cold.
this should be more button-like, I think. I'm feeling like I need a Google logo. Yep, something like that. So we just want the G, I think. Tools, color, transparent. That'll work. I don't know what kind of. I don't know what kind of font to use. I mean, it's not bad. Elijah, look at this. You know how to sign in with Google, right?
Yeah.
You just click it and it logs you in, and well, usually you have to approve the app first or whatever.
Wait, are you trying to make it so I can play it on the fly game on my school computer?
I mean, you could try it now. The certificate is working, so it's possible. You might have to do a refresh, a hard refresh, even Control Shift R, or even maybe it's just Control R. I usually do Control Shift R. Does a hard refresh?
If you can also do Control Shift QQ, which signs you out.
Okay. But so one thing that the browser can do sometimes is it can cache results.
Mm-hmm.
Cache is CACHE.
Oh, I thought it was C-A, like,
SH.
yeah.
It's not like it's pronounced the same way. The definition it's giving here is a collection of items of the same type stored in a hidden or inaccessible place.
Mm-hmm.
It is sort of, I think it is a computer term, but it's, maybe not. Maybe it originated somewhere else. Maybe it is like a hidden storage is a cache. Well, for web stuff, here look, when you go to the network tab, I can teach you a lot about web development if you want to learn. You see all these little files here? When I refresh the page, it gives you a timeline of how it loads all the files. There's a lot of little files loaded.
Daddy.
Most of these are mine. I've written most of these.
Daddy,
Firebase
I
is a
died
thing.
0 times.
Good job,
And I
Penny.
got 4 kills.
Good job, Penny. Good job. So these are the Chrome dev tools. You can inspect pages with it, and you should, if you want to know more about computers and how the internet works, you should learn how to use the developer tools. They can be really overwhelming, and like for somebody who's used it a lot, like for work, it's something I had to learn, and it might be overwhelming to try and. I'm actually recording with this, by the way, so please don't. Yeah, that's streaming to YouTube. Please stop messing with that. Whenever you touch a microphone or something connected to the microphone, then it makes like loud microphone noises.
Okay.
But look, these developer tools.
I got it. It's probably Miles.
All right, fine. What is this thing here? I don't even know what this is. Issues. Wow. Reading cookie and cross-site context. I have no idea. All right, so a video landing page. Well, I've never actually embedded a YouTube video on a page, but I think it'd be pretty easy. Let's see. Let's ask ChatGPT. Would give me a pretty quick how to embed YouTube video on web page. Why 560 by 315? That's crazy. And it's an embed URL. Interesting. So let's go to YouTube. Let's go find your videos and this one. And I think we need the ID. And then, hello? What's up, bro? You got a little boo-boo?
You're streaming?
I'm streaming, baby.
Oh, hello!
You want to see my stream?
Yeah.
If you go into your video dashboard and go to live.
You're live right now?
This
Can
one
they
right
see
here.
you?
There's no viewers. I don't have any views on any of my stuff.
I can be a view.
No, don't. You shouldn't watch my stuff. I swear a lot.
Oh, okay.
Also, it's pretty boring.
But he also swears a
No,
lot.
I don't.
Yeah, you say like the F
No,
word all
I
the
don't.
time.
I say monkey. Come on.
And the F
No, I
word.
don't. I say monkey. Sure. No.
Alright, what was I doing? Embedding. So yeah, the URL seems to just work. Pretty responsive, actually. Is it? Alright, now it recrops it. That's kind of cool. It looks very responsive, so I don't think I have to do much of anything. Where's the iframe code here? Let's chuck this into a side tab so I can pull up. Wrong side tab. Let's go to this side so I can pull up the code and then go to. It's this part right here near this top bar. I basically just want an element that is an iframe. Is it an iframe? Maybe that's the best way to do it. Iframe. I think that's it, actually. And then we want attribute source, comma, paste. I don't know, do I need to do all that other bullshit? Maybe that's it. Let's see what that looks like. Localhost, boom, there it is. That's pretty small. Where is it? Oh, it's way up here, iframe. Why is it so small? 300 by 150. So let's see what we can do to this thing. We can say... I'm really confused. Display block, maybe? It doesn't do it. Why isn't it stretch? We go to the computed properties display block. It says it's already doing that. Oh, it's inline. But when I change it to block, it doesn't grow, which is maybe it needs to refresh itself. Let's say width 100%. Okay, and then that's not actually what I want. How about max? Well, okay. How about width 100% and then max width like 1920, or how about like 1000? But then why can't it do the height 500 pixels? Shouldn't it just do that on its own? I am looking for smart people to help me build a community. And I'm looking to collect email addresses to help me get some feedback. Like, what's gonna work, what's not gonna work, I have no idea. This is really frustrating. It's not amazing yet, but in time it could be. If I'm gonna create a mastermind community, you're gonna learn soon enough who I am, what I'm trying to do. I've had a ridiculous struggle trying to just make this video that I'm recording right now. And if you're trying to become successful and build something, you might want to know that like there's some invisible dragons you have to fight in order to get there. Just click the link, fill out the survey, it takes 2 seconds, and then we can get started. You have to be signed in to complete the form, so just click the sign in button and you can sign in with any Google account. You need to check the checkbox to give me your email address, but I won't publish these.
I mean, it is kind of crazy, the experience I'm having with this. It's like, just looking at all these people getting successful, getting all their shit done, it's like, it's fucking annoying as hell. But alright, so if we refresh this thing, it goes to this, we revert back. Creating an actual layout here is kind of what is required to fix this up. I mean, I kind of want to get a... Well, the framework could be a series of layouts, or could have like layout blocks that are kind of more reusable. There's a lot of potential there. The problem is that you know, figuring out how it all flows, it can get complex pretty quick. So we made some interesting steps in the right direction today. We set up framework, which
which I can start building out, and played around a bit with the app system. It's probably not done yet, but I should probably also push all my changes and whatnot. Maybe I try and work in the last, functioning moments of the day on a landing page. I mean, imagine if I could give somebody a business card with the website on it and be like, hey, check out my website and see if people come. I mean, I could probably pass out cards for years and have like 5 people show up, because that's just the way life is. But once it started getting good, then, maybe I make a better looking card that people aren't as easily going to throw away, and I just, one member at a time, start building the ship. So, what was I just thinking? It's framework versus themes. Like, the framework could have styles, layouts. The problem is the framework could be minimal or massive, and once you start adding to it, this is what I haven't really figured out yet. Like, this is sort of my framework, and other people, building it so other people can use it, where it's just got a minimal set of tools to experiment with the web, I think is a good kind of starting point, and then trying to build out all of the more complex things without letting them get too complex is essentially what I'm thinking here. So eventually, I was making some notes a few days ago about templates and such, but I guess what I'm thinking is I gotta stop just in the last hour or so I've been chucking stuff around, and it gets messy really quick. The problem is if I sit around and think like this and be like, where exactly do I want this to go? My brain doesn't work so well to tell me all the answers all the time. And frankly, a lot of times I'm splitting hairs, and it's like it doesn't really matter, and there's no perfect option, so you just have to pick somewhere to put it for now. But like import external modules, like share modules, module libraries, like browsing and finding, and these are like, module could be anything from a view, a template, a page, or whatever, and figuring out how to get those things working, especially like across from one website to another. There's a lot of things to consider, and I think it could work. The question is how do I create reusable templates, themes, components, etc. And this is one of the biggest problems with the web, is that there are ways to do it, but there's no great ways to do it. Most of them have significant drawbacks, and this is kind of like the holy grail of the web. It's like fixing all the bullshit. And I definitely sense some resistance in this area, like spiritual resistance, like they're going to try and hold me back. I don't know. I think it's worth fixing, and I can understand that life is designed to be bad on purpose so that people can have opportunities to fix it, but we gotta figure out a way to make some money. So I think I have to. Well, these are web modules, right? I honestly think a UX for browse, import, render. I mean, this is possible with just simple import statements. Import it and render it. Boom. And then the browsing part is like, well, if they're like, if I host them on my website, and you can just click the import statement, sort of like GitHub. You just have the URL, the identifier, click copy, click paste, it's imported, and then call the render method so that you can see what it looks like and put it somewhere so that you can see where it is. And maybe you just add it to your app, or maybe all that happens automatically. I don't know. I think that's maybe going a step too far. But sort of like just importing it should be enough to at least see what it is, right? Well, I think unless you register it, or unless it's using your app to register itself. But that's actually maybe a step in the right direction. Is it just with one line import, or even dynamically importing it, you know, using a user interface to browse and just click an import button? It's like one step closer. Then you get the thing loaded in, right? Seems like it'd actually be pretty easy to do, I think. So, browse for a new module, click copy URL, paste, click to copy import statement, paste, and it automatically renders. If the imported module follows a certain pattern to register itself. Is Miles still here?
Yeah.
What are you guys doing? Is Sarah here?
He's in her room somewhere.
Hey, Elijah, I don't like when people sleep.
Mom's is in the bathroom.
Alright. Then
Just so you know, he was trying to find your account on a guest account so he could watch you.
I don't care. Well, I mean, I sort of care. It's probably not a good idea.
I told him not.
Well, I mean, I'm doing this more as like a. It does help me focus, like the fact that somebody might potentially one day watch, but it's like there's actually a lot of things that I've been talking about that I wouldn't want. I mean, you don't have to tell him like he can't or whatever, else you're gonna make him more suspicious or wanting to look it up even more. But I mean, if he keeps with it and you know that he's actually watching, I should probably go delete some of the videos just so that I don't get myself in trouble. Okay. Let's see here. Yeah, so doing automatic module rendering could be a really nice step in the right direction. And then, hey, stop your yelling, please. Seriously?
I just want one of those pickles.
Aren't there more in the closet? Penny, you better not be getting the greasy stuff all over my mouse and keyboard. Do you hear me? You shouldn't usually be eating while playing video games. Especially food with cheese or powder or whatever on it. I'm not sure what that has on it. If you're getting my computer greasy, I'm not going to let you use it anymore. Do you understand? Alright, so yeah, that web module import experience is like browse, see, grid of things, import them, and then it's the configurator, the toggle gator, to be able to see them, plug them in, organize them, make it look nice, and make it work well. All those things. And I don't think it's actually that hard to do. The big step here would be, let's make a new note for this. Web module UX. So, one, browse a nice grid of modules, filter by application, whatever, and then one click import and install. It's not really installed, it's just usable. See the thing imported in your tree of modules. There's like little files. It's basically just importing a file, but in a more configurable way. And so we need to render preview, which is basically an icon item. Expandable, settings, config, views, or like, yeah, views, templates, etc. Man, that cocktail is really sounding pretty good. Maybe I should go for a run and then get my drink on. I don't think I got the gym in me today. It's just, I probably should keep me off the drink for a little bit longer. But I don't know if I can work on this web module UX right now. This is kind of a big project for another day. I think just auto add the module to the app.js. So this would basically be in any published module. Whoops. Import. I don't know. I'd probably do app like this, or it could be the default, right? From app.js, and then app.use whatever. And then the app knows about the thing. Maybe it is a class that's a module, like, you know, your export, maybe you've created a class here. Class thing extends module or whatever, and you might have to figure out those namespaces, but use thing. That's kind of a decent way to go about it. And then you're essentially just registering the thing with the app. But the consequence of this is you import thing from anywhere. Oops. And then that's it. That's the idea, right? And then what was that ChatGPT was telling me to do? How do you lazy import in JavaScript? Dynamic imports. Async function load module. Await import module do something. I mean, basically just dynamic imports. It doesn't actually matter what it looks like, but it's can I delete this, please? And then use dynamic imports to lazy load modules, and with one with nothing more than a URL, you can see, configure, save, etc. I think that's a pretty good idea. I don't think it'd be that hard to get it working. So it's kind of jumping through hoops to like have it work a little bit easier in a way. You know, you're relying on this app being defined and having the use and setting it all up, but that could be pretty easy. You could just create compatible modules. Man, my throat is getting tickled. Well, so what else could I do right now? Got a video on there. The whole like sign in, sign out thing is a little wonky. It's still using weird URLs and namings. I don't know if fixing any of this right now is what I want to do, but honestly, the video plus sign in button, I mean, hell, I could make a better looking sign in button. In fact, I could create a little avatar UX where you're, I don't know if putting the user photo on there is a good idea. Sarah? Are you emptying the dishwasher? Thank you. Well, yeah, pulling people's avatar images, I think it's just using like the Gravatar. I don't know if it's using the Google API. Might be similar. Or, I don't know. But it's a little bit intrusive, right? But do you want to have your image there or not? And deciding how like authentication should work is, man, Firebase's auth is no fun to use. It's such shit, but it might be the best option. There are a bunch of options in Firebase for like monetization and stuff, and so if I can get like, I think getting a better content structure is a really good idea. Making it responsive is going to be tricky. What are the simplest layouts here? So I could duplicate this. I could delete these and do a frame in here that's sort of like one of these. That's kind of what I did over there. I want a smaller. Well, this is pretty big, but make it smaller and then put the drop shadow on there. Oh, it is. It's not on top though. The stacking order or something is wonky. I think we need to go in here to first on top, and then there's the shadow. Okay, so that could be interesting to put another sidebar on there, and it could kind of stretch over so that it centers the content a little bit, and then I could have tabs there. What's up?
When are you gonna play Marvel Rivals with me?
Penny, I was gonna go for a run or even go to the gym, and
You said that you would.
well, Penny, I know you want to play. I know you're enjoying playing, and I know you like playing with me, and I like playing with you too. But I'm not always going to be able to play with you. And bugging me to play with you more is not going to make me able to play with you any faster. So maybe we have to do it after dinner or something for a couple games. You want to do a quick round?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's do a quick round. We'll do it live. Should we stream it? Let's see if the computer can handle the stream. Yeah.
Can I have a popsicle?
No,
Why?
because you already had one.
No.
You already had one this week. Penny, you need to click back to get out of that game? You need to find the word back. It's in the bottom right corner, B-A-C-K. There we go. Alright, you want to have your one popsicle for the week right now?
Yeah.
Fine. Do it. See if I care. But quit bugging me about it. You better not ask me again in a few days.
No one escapes hell. Every mortal is my subject. I rule all.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
This is not how I was expecting this day to play out.
For a dull moment for our crew, eh, Quill?
I just hope we can get this wrapped up soon. You know, I have plans.
You made a plan. Time for everything.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
To rule the afterlife is to rule everyone, eventually. Why would I need healing? A little help, please?
You're not going anywhere. Crawl back to your domain.
I always return. I want your soul. Usually I love spiders, but destroy this nest. I am barely harmed. I want your soul. Charge! Who is more immortal than I?
My ultimate
You
goal
need to
is
stop
simple.
that vehicle in its tracks.
Everything.
Elijah, do you have to get ready for karate later?
Yeah, later.
Armored up!
Are you still streaming?
Yeah.
Hello. Goodbye.
Better stop that
Later,
vehicle.
dude.
Hey, Elijah didn't even ask. We have a popsicle.
I told Sarah she can have one popsicle per week, and so if she wants to have it, she can have it. You can have one popsicle per week, okay? You can have one, you only get one per week. If you want to have it now, then fine, but why don't we finish this game first? We're kind of losing here, Penny. We could use some help.
Now I gotta go grow you from a twig. Again.
So dumb.
Better stop that vehicle.
Fantastic!
Oh, Yes, get in there. That was bad.
They didn't have me! Stop them!
Spiders, what a fascinating design. Exterminated.
Now I see them.
Enjoy the amplifier. The odds weren't in your favor.
Time for some fireworks. It's party time!
You really went rabid on him, Rocket.
Invisible? Disappear!
Feeling fantastic.
How the heck did they all get behind us? Oh my lord. God damn it. What the heck was that? I don't have a doctor's string.
Wait to get your my time to.
There's still more work to
They
do.
hit a
I need more
checkpoint.
tank, but
Now might be a good time to stop them.
I'm not doing it. You playing Venom? I'm inside somewhere. I'm inside fighting somebody.
Stop that vehicle!
I'm not sure where you are. Oh, I'm behind you, Penny. Behind you. 'Cause you just ran by me. You went up the stairs, and I was right there fighting Penny Parker, and you ran right by.
Hard feelings. Just dying. A futile attempt. I'll patch you up. What a relief. Fantastic!
Maybe. Healer's all up in there, huh? So much heal. Can't kill anyone when it's 6-on-1 and there's... We already have 2 healers, Penny. You probably want to stay on Venom. Well, because we only have 1 tank, and you are our tank. Come on, let's go. Oh, it's over.
Well, you could expect to win them all.
Alright, no popsicles on my computer. And turn the fans off if you're done. Alright. That was fun. I think I'm gonna turn this thing off. I don't really think my brain is ready to get back into the codes. I mean, what kind of navigation do I want? How do I want to build this out? I mean, I was thinking earlier about having a page for all the different ideas that I have. Almost like a team for each idea. So if I wanted to create a team page for the WebOS, then it fits in there. I mean, I have all these designs, like, where's April? This one. I have all these designs, and fitting them into the website shouldn't be that hard. I mean, I do think the spacey one is a little too spacey. But essentially I need like a vlog. I just need, or not even a vlog, but a blog. And well, and frankly, like the stream thing, didn't I create I meant to create a stream link, which is basically just a web experience where if you're watching the stream, you can watch it right on the website, and it's actually one of the better ideas I have, Could be a pretty simple one to implement, or not terribly difficult. Within a few days, could get a. It's essentially just embedding that video and creating like forums, feedback, whatever. But you know, imagine you could watch live and then answer some questions. I think that would be a good idea. But I'm also kind of feeling a run. It only takes me like 10 minutes or so to do the mile run, and it gets my brain working again a little bit. So I think I'll go do